And I'm up. Hey, Izuku. Yeah, I'm up. Yeah, we're gonna try to finish this route today. And then later I'm gonna be playing FF16 after. Yeah. Let me get the game. 69 cups. Stacy Blank, hi. What is this game? It's GENSOU MANÈGE. It's a otome game. Otome game visual novel. Let's load this file. Oh yeah, we're on chapter 6. I think we're 3 chapters left before we get the ending. Okay, Izuku. So yeah, I'm gonna be reading a lot of dialogue, and we'll try to finish this. After learning that Melissa Orange really was Leon's mother, the two of us had developed a new routine. Whenever we both had a moment to spare, we would get together so that Leon could report whether or not he'd remembered anything new recently. On this particular day, we ended up meeting up for that purpose at lunchtime. Leon had been searching his memories every day, hoping to recall something that could spark a deeper connection. And his search hadn't been fruitless. Little by little, he'd begun to recall bits and pieces of his time in the town of Chelsea. Remembering his mother's face had been particularly impactful. He'd been moved to tears of the purest joy, and I'd found myself getting a little emotional just watching him.
お母さんに会いに行けたらいいのにな。
Ever since he'd remember what Melissa looked like, Leon had started regularly expressing his desire to meet her. It's hard to believe that just a short while ago, he thought he'd be lost and directionless after he was freed from the refuge.
ああ、でも今は会えないね。着ぐるみじゃ僕だって分かってもらえないだろうし。
If your costume binds you here in the same way that everyone else's chains do, then don't you think it might disappear after you've released?
そうだといいな。
I'm sure it will. I just have to pick up the pace, awaken my magic, and set you all free as soon as possible. How long it takes for Leon to see his mother is all riding on me now. I was feeling more enthusiastic than ever, and Leon gave me a
い
nod.
つもありがとう、エマさん。
It's fine. You don't have to thank me. Leon's pure and straightforward gratitude made me feel a little bashful. It wasn't every day that everyone thanked me as sincerely as he did. And the fact that his thanks revolved around my magic, an aspect of myself I'd kept hidden for years, just made them all the more impactful.
あ、そうだ。昨日ね、また思い出したんだ。
Oh? Oh, you did? What is it this time? For some reason, Leon started fidgeting. He looked a little embarrassed.
実はね、
Aww.
僕の夢を思い出したんだよ。
Childhood dream. Your dream? What was it?
僕ね、お母さんに憧れていたんだ。それで同じように絵本作家になりたくて。
That's cute.
世界中を旅して旅先で見た風景とか出会った人とかいろいろな経験とかをヒントにして自分の絵本を描きたいって。
That's a wonderful dream. I pictured Leon walking along a countryside road, crossing over vast mountains, and gazing out across breathtaking landscapes. I imagined him visiting bustling towns and eating new exciting foods. Images of his journey sprang to mind one after another. Maybe he'd even board a ship and cross the ocean, traveling to truly far-flung locales. I think you could still make it happen too. It's not too late to make that dream a reality, is it?
え
It seemed like perfectly natural suggestion to me, but Leon seemed absolutely shocked at the concept. You finally remember your dream, so isn't it only natural to think about making it come true?
考えてなかったみたい。
He guesses? Leon almost made it sound like he was talking about someone else entirely. Even now that his memories were starting to return, it seemed that his images of his current self and his past self weren't quite in line with each other. That was something he'd have to confront in the long run. Otherwise, even if he were to return to his hometown, he might not be able to resume his old life. Think about it, Leon. You have a place to go home to after you gain your freedom. So why not set your sights on your old dream again? Or have you outgrown it? Do you not want to make it come true anymore?
そんなことないよ。今だってお母さんは絵本作家は憧れだから。
Leon's own words seemed to cheer him up, and his demeanor grew a little brighter. He gave me his most confident nod yet.
僕目指してみるよ。お母さんと同じ絵本作家になる。ありがとう。
Leon had rediscovered a dream he'd once lost. How did one go about becoming a picture book author, though? What sort of story did he want to write? After the park had closed one day, the day before, we'd gotten together at the usual library to discuss all the possibilities. We just couldn't find the time to meet today, though. I couldn't speak with him at all. Our lunchtimes hadn't lined up, and before I knew it, the workday had finished. I headed for the front gate to say goodbye to the last of our visitors. On the way there, I happened to spot Leon walking toward me. Leon, good work today.
お疲れ様。これからお客さんのお見送り？
Yes, that's right.
その後は魔法の訓練だよね。見せたいものがあるから、終わったらいつもの場所に来てくれないかな。
Oh, the usual place. He must mean the library. I wonder what he wants to show me, though.
じゃあ、また後でね。
Okay. Before I had the chance to answer, Leon gave me a wave and walked off toward the central plaza. Thank you very much for visiting us today. We hope you'll come again.
またね、お姉ちゃん。
Ah, okay. A rambunctious little boy gave me a cheerful goodbye before his mother pulled him along on their way. Up. Hey, Spencer. Oh, 75 stream streak. Hey. Yeah, thanks for the lurk. Gonna try to finish this route today. Then play FF16 later. With that, the last of our visitors had exited the park.
お疲れ様、エマ。
Clara, who had stepped out from behind the reception desk, called out to me. You too, Clara.
さっきの挨拶、とっても良かったわよ。特に笑顔が素敵だったわ。
It was? Her compliment had caught me so unprepared, I wasn't sure how to react. I don't think I was doing anything that impressive though. I was just acting the way I always do.
なら、ここの仕事にすっかり慣れたのね。安心したわ。
I guess I have, thanks to all of you. Leah's been helping me out on all sorts of ways.
リオンか。
Girl. Girl, I know that smile. For some reason, Clara giggled at me.
リオンも前よりずっと楽しそうに仕事をしてるのよね。それってエマのおかげだと思うわ。
Oh, really? I hadn't known Leon for long enough to have a very clear point of comparison, But when she put it that way, it did feel like he might have changed a little since we first met.
二人はお互い様ってことね。
Huh? Girl. I don't think I've done anything that would change his attitude, though.
思い当たる節がなくても、あなたはリオンに影響を与えてると思うわよ。そのくらいリオンと一緒にいることが多いわけよね。
Clara's been shipping hard, I see. Okay, girl. She must have seen us promise to meet up later on the evening.
心配しなくても大丈夫よ。何を話していたかまでは聞こえてないから。
I wasn't worried to begin with, actually.
あら、そうなの？聞かれたら困るような話じゃなかったんだ。
Clara slumped her shoulders in feigned disappointment, then looked back to me with a mischievous smile on her face.
この際聞いちゃうけど、あなた、リオンのことが好きなの？
Huh?
もちろんこれは友達としてとか、レイブの仲間としてとか、そういう意味じゃないわよ。
Uh-huh. Clara clarified her question before I could even try to slip away from it. Leaving me with nowhere to run, I felt even more flustered. Well, I enjoy being around him, yes, and I certainly like him, but I'm not sure if I'd say I have a thing for him, per se. I could feel a blush spreading across my face. I just hoped the glow of the sunset was enough to conceal how red I was probably turning. Clara, meanwhile, looked downright delighted by my embarrassment.
本当に？
Oh my. Yes, really. And, I have to go practice my magic now. I'll see you tomorrow.
残念。また今度教えてね。それじゃ、お疲れ様。
Okay. Clara's been wingmanning us with everyone in every route. Okay then. I split up with Clara and headed toward the Manège. Her question echoed in my mind all the way there. You have a thing for Leon, don't you? Oh, that's gonna be in your mind for a while, I see. Do I though? How do I really feel about him? He has a niche that's just like me, and I want to help him, certainly. I think he's cute too. I like him, yes. That way, or in what sort of sense do I like him? As a friend, a co-worker, or something deeper? I didn't have a clear grasp on my feelings for him. Even if I try to practice my magic, I'm not going to make any progress like this. But I can't slack off. I have to do my best so Leon can make his dream come true. I finished my magic practice and headed for the Hilltop Library, just like I promised to.
こんばんは、エマさん。
Good evening. I'm sorry it took too long.
気にしないで。君が来るのを待つ時間も楽しいんだ。何を話そうかなって考えたり、それで君がどんな顔を見せてくれるかなって想像したりすると、ワクワクするから。
Okay. Oh, is it? The exchange I just had with Clara sprung back in my mind, and I quickly changed the topic in a fit of bashfulness. So, you said you had something to show me?
これだよ。
Leon held out a somewhat large sketchbook. Oh!
まだ1ページしか書けていないけど。
That's cute. Leon opened the sketchbook to a drawing of the night sky with the words Etoile de... I have no idea if it's pronounced as lion in French, but the lion star written on it. Is this a picture book? Ian gave me somewhat shy nod.
昨日、エマさんに背中を押してもらって、早速だけど書いてみたんだ。気が早いとは思ったんだけど。
Hey Tatsuya, how you doing? That's not true at all. Putting something down on paper is an important step for these things. What's it about? I'm guessing it's themed around stars, considering the title?
うん。どんな題材を書こうかっていろいろ考えたんだけど、レイブの旅で何度も見上げた星空に
Well,
決めた
trying
ん
to
だ。
stay warm. How are you? Doing fine. Doing fine. Yeah, I'm trying to finish this route since there's only three chapters I think left, and then after I finish this, I'll be playing FF16. So be chillin'. Hi there on the YouTube side. Hey, and welcome to the stream.
それに僕、天体観測が好きだから。
You mentioned that before, come to think of it. You said you like stargazing from this hill.
うんうん。それだけじゃなくて。
FF16, nice. Yeah, I've been playing for like 3 weeks, I think. 2 to 3 weeks. So, yeah. Leon paused for a moment to look up at the sky. It was full of countless brilliant stars, just like
思い出
always.
したんだ。僕、昔から天体観測が好きだったんだよ。小さな頃は体が弱くて、僕はいつも部屋や病室の窓から星を眺めていたんだ。
Oh boy, it's a sickly child. Oh boy. Oh. Alright. Your hospital room?
うん。よく入院してたんだ。
Oh boy, it's a sickly child. Oh boy. I had no idea. Leon had always looked like the portrait of health to me, so it was hard to imagine him laid out on a hospital bed. What about the title? What made you decide to call it that? I'm not even gonna try to pronounce it, but yeah. I turned my gaze back to Leon, who let out a bashful chuckle.
あのね、僕のリオンって名前は、ライオンって意味だから、この題名にしたんだ。
Fair. I suppose that makes the line starrier started?
そうでもあるかな。僕が好きな星のことを物語にして、みんなに読んでほしいなって。
Yeah, it's
レイ
so
ブから
cute.
解放されるまでに書き上げるのが目標なんだ。それで、レイブから出られたら、お母さんに見せに行こうと思って。
I'm sure Melissa will be overjoyed to see your dreams come true. She should be the first person you show it to. I thought Leon would agree, but instead he felt silent. Leon?
お母さんに見せたいのはもちろんなんだけど、最初に読んでほしいのは、エマさんなんだ。
Okay, wait. Save. Yes. Are you sure? It felt a little wrong for me to read it before Melissa, considering she was both his mother and the author who had inspired him.
だって、君が言ってくれなかったら、絵本作家になる夢を叶えようなんて思わなかったから。だから、最初の読者になってくれたらなって。
Box Golem, hi. And Yukian, hi. Welcome to the stream. Leon gave me a bashful smile. This time I smiled back and answered without hesitation. Alright then, I'd love to.
よかった。頑張ってエマさんが笑顔になるような絵本を書き上げるから楽しみにしていて。お母さんも読んで笑顔になってくれたらいいな。
Leon clutched the sketchbook, the beginning of his dream, given physical form to his chest. I really am looking forward to seeing what sort of story it turns out to be. Ever since that night, Leon had spent every evening after work drawing away in his sketchbook. And every time he finished a page, he would show it to me. Aw, that's nice.
村に住むウサギのリオンはいつも周りのウサギたちにからかわれていました。それはなぜかって？だってリオンという名前はライオンという意味だから。ウサギなのにライオンなんておかしい。周りのウサギたちはそう言ってリオンをからかうのです。でもリオンはこう考えました。ライオンのように強くなればリオンという名前だっておかしくない。リオンは12歳になったら家を出て世界中を旅しながらライオンのように強くなることを夢見ていました。
Aww. Okay. Several days passed by and Leon's story grew longer and longer. Okay. Oh, minigame time. I prepared to practice my magic before the park opened for the day. Yippee!
んじゃ始めるか。いい感じじゃん。おい諦めんなよ。その調子だ。
Oh, there you go.
すごいなお前。俺だって褒めるときは褒める。
Oh, almost there. After I'd finished, I made my way to the administrative den. I still have to ask Sergey what he wants me to do today.
おはよう、エマさん。
Good morning, Leon.
魔法の覚醒をしてたんだよね。順調にいってる？
Yes, it is. Or I think so, at least. I still couldn't be completely confident, but it felt like I was getting more and more magical light with each passing day. I had a feeling that meant that I was getting used to my magic's gradual
そ
awakening.
っか。よかった。
You seem like you're in a good mood today. That certainly didn't strike me as a denial. Leon started fidgeting bashfully.
前は霊部から解放されたらどうしたらいいかわからなかったけど、今は記憶を取り戻して目指す夢も見つかったから解放されるのが楽しみになってきたんだ。
It sounds like I have to put even more effort in then. I want to release all of you as soon as I possibly can. Leon's excitement boosted my morale in turn. Surprisingly though, he shook his head emphatically.
今のペースのままでお願いします。
Huh? Oh, welcome back, Izuku. I hadn't expected him to try and rush me. To to be sure, but I also had expected him to tell me to take my time. Are you sure about that? I thought you wanted to be set free as soon as possible.
たりするし。
How about we make it the race then? We'll see who can finish first. Me awakening my magic, or you drawing your picture book? I was just kidding, but Leo seemed to take it totally seriously. This time he shook both his head and his hands at me.
それは僕頑張るけど、でも間に合わなかったら困るから競争したくないよ。
I know, I was just joking.
え？
I'll keep working on my magic at the same pace as always. The directors always tell me not to push myself after all. He unfroze for a moment, then heaved a heavy sigh.
なんだ。エマさんもそういう冗談言うんだね。
I think anyone would want to tease him considering how adorable his reactions are. I'm okay, Emma, okay. Hey, Hyaku. You shouldn't push yourself either, okay? You can only draw your very first picture book once, so you should take your time with it. I'm looking forward to seeing your latest page if you finish it tonight, though.
うん。いつものところで待ってるからね。
How are you today? Doing fine. I headed up to the Hilltop Library after the park closed as promised. And Leon showed me the new pages he'd drawn for his book.
12歳の誕生日。リオンはいよいよ旅に出ました。行く先々ではいろいろな困難が待ち受けていました。でもリオンはくじけず、たくさんの出会いと別れを繰り返して世界中を旅していきました。そんなある日、旅をするリオンのもとにお母さんから手紙が届きました。そこにはなんと故郷が悪い狐に荒らされていると書かれていたのです。
Okay.
リオンは大急ぎで村に戻ることにしました。どうかな。
I finished reading the story as far as Leon had written it. Leon sat off to the side, anxiously waiting my impression. I had a feeling he was nervous to hear what I thought of it. Considering he's taking this so seriously, I feel like I should be as honest as possible. I don't know how it ends, of course, so I can't say for sure what I think of it as a whole yet. I'm very curious about what's going to happen next, though. Also, more than anything, I think the drawings are lovely.
そうかな。
This book was maybe a little rough around the edges compared to the picture books they sold in stores. And yet, I can feel so much of you in the drawings. There's a kindness to them, and just looking at them makes me feel at ease.
そう言ってもらえると嬉しいな。
Hey, they remind me of the drawings in that book. I think you might take after your mother, Leon.
お母さんのこと意識はしてないんだけど、やっぱり自然と似ちゃうのかな。
That's just how it goes with your parents. You may not be able to see your bond with her, but it'll still draw you two together.
うん。
Huh? Leon had been smiling up until just a moment ago, but now he looked a little downcast. Did I say something wrong?
え？
I just thought you looked sad all of a sudden.
あ、うん。エマさんのせいじゃないよ。その
Either Leon was having a hard time spitting out what he wanted to say, or otherwise he hadn't even figured it out himself yet. One way or another, he hesitated. A moment of silence passed before he abruptly began to speak again.
お母さんのことが気がかりなんだ。
Uh-huh.
僕がレイブに来て3年くらい経ってる。その間、お母さんは僕のことを探してくれているかもしれない。今すぐお母さんに会いに行って、ずっと家を空けていたことを謝りたい。でも、僕はレイブから出られない。お母さんのことを思い出してから、それがすごくもどかしいんだ。
Leon, I know exactly how he feels. It's painful to know that somebody's worried about you, but not be able to do anything to comfort them. I couldn't set Leon free, not yet anyway. Still, I wanted to do something to help him. Oh, I know. Why not write her a letter? The idea had come to me in a flash. Leon looked up and looked at me, his eyes wide.
そっか。
Instantly, the gloom that had fallen over him vanished into thin air.
お母さんに手紙を書いてみる。僕は今、レイブ移動遊園地にお世話になっていて、近いうちに帰りますって。
Would that actually be a good idea?
それを読んだら、きっとお母さんも安心してくれるよね。
Leon let out his own sigh of relief, then grinned at me.
ありがとう、エマさん。
Oh, hopefully this does. I'm a little concerned, but I guess we'll see. Thank you for walking me to the gate, Leon. Good night and see you tomorrow.
おやすみなさい。
I waved at Leon, then turned around and started to walk home. After a few steps, I looked over my shoulder and found that Leon was still waving back at me. I repeated the gesture, this time with more vigor, and he did the same to me. Finally headed for home with the warmth in my heart and a skip in my step.
3年なんだよね。3年もあれば、僕のこと見つけられそうなのに。
The next day, I went into town at the director's request to pick up some automaton parts. I had one other stop to make before I ended up being weighed down with all those heavy parts, though. I have to get this letter sent out right away.
買い出しに行くんだよね。この手紙をお願いしたいんだけど。
To your mother? That was fast. I didn't think you'd write one this quickly.
少しでも早く伝えたくて。
Well, your letter's in good hands. I'll be sure to mail it out on the way home.
お願いします。
I slipped the envelope through the mailbox's slot and heard a quiet thud as it landed inside. It was all in my hands now. I sighed in relief. I'm sure this will give Melissa some much-needed peace of mind. Hopefully. After I returned from my shopping trip, I searched for the director to report my success to him. Ah, there he is. I spotted Monsieur Hugo near the teacup ride. He was watching over Leon, who was waving his flag about as he performed for an audience. Back with the things you asked me to buy, Monsieur Hugo?
ああ、エマ、お疲れ様。
Were you watching Leon perform? Monsieur Hugo nodded. A smile spread across his face, and as he turned to look at Leon once more.
ここ最近、リオンの様子が変わったなと思ってね。
Aww.
とても生き生きとしている。パフォーマンスからも 以前とは一味違うやる気を感じるんだ。
Hera said something along those lines too. Didn't she? I guess Monsieur Hugo can see it as well.
何か理由がありそうだけど、君は知ってるかい？
Oh boy. Oh no. Oh boy, the two wingman people in this game. They're starting to notice. Oh no. I'm not sure what else it could be other than learning about Melissa. I suppose there's no harm in sharing that with Monsieur Hugo. I told him about how Leon had resolved himself to show his mother his picture book after he was freed from the Rivier, and about how he'd sent her a letter as well. I think he probably looks slightly now because he's found a dream to pursue. Sending that letter seems to have eased his worries as well. Huh. Before I knew it, the pall had fallen across Hugo's face. A moment later, he muttered to himself.
母親に手紙を。
Why is the music back? Okay. I tried to ask him what was wrong, but at the exact moment Leo's audience broke out in applause and drowned out my voice, his performance was over, it seemed. Leon gave the crowd a bow and noticed the two of us and crawled over in our direction. Haha.
お疲れ様です、ヒューゴさん。エマさんも見ていてくれたんだ。
Yes, we were. That was quite a round of applause. I could really tell how much her audience enjoyed the show. Leon sounded even more cheerful than ever. Possibly because his performance had gone so well. The director, however, seemed unaffected by Leon's cheer. He was still frowning, in fact.
リオン、君も。話したいことがあるから執務テントへ来てくれ。
Oh, okay. Oh boy. I'm scared. Why is the music like this? The atmosphere in the administrative tent was uncharacteristically grim. The source of that gloom was the director, whose frown had yet to brighten. Sergei had been in the tent when we arrived. After the director whispered something into his ear, his expression matched Monsieur Hugo's. Leon, meanwhile, was sitting in a chair and looking very uncomfortable. I sat next to him, just as unable to find the right words to say. Finally, the director began to speak.
母親に手紙を出したのかい？
Nothing about the director's question came across as accusatory, but Leon did still jump in surprise and anxiety.
ダメでしたか？
いや、ダメではないよ。ただ。
The director closed his eyes and let out a sigh. Even I could tell that he was feeling immense amount of regret.
俺たちについてきちんと話しておくべきだった。すまない、リオン。
どうしてヒューゴさんが僕に謝るんですか？
Leon's confusion was readily apparent in his tone. I was right there with him. What on earth would the director have to apologize for?
それに、俺たちって。
我々、霊部に囚われている者たちのことだ。
In other words, those among the Revier's workers who were magically bound to it.
霊部に囚われてから7年間俺も手をこまねいていたわけじゃない。できる限りの方法を使い、さまざまな角度から魔法や霊部、そして俺たちについて調べたよ。それで分かったことなんだが。
The director trailed off. He looked at Leon in the eye, then turned his gaze to me.
聞いても信じられないかもしれない。しかし俺が今から話すことは全て真実だ。
That preamble alone told me that what I was about to hear would be of great significance. I was starting to get nervous, and I could feel my pulse begin to speed up. I didn't turn my gaze away from him, though, and neither did Leon. Both of us were clearly prepared to listen to whatever the director had to throw at us. The director gave us one last look, nodded, and then began to explain.
霊部に囚われている人間は生死をさまよう魂だ。魂が入るべき器は別にある。
Disembodied spirits and their vessels. What?
俺たちは魂だけの存在で、ここには実在していないんだよ。体は別の場所にあり、魂、つまり意識がない状態で眠り続けているんだ。
I turned the director's words over in my mind, desperately trying to process them, but to no avail. They're just souls. They don't really exist, but how could they be when they're right here?
ヒューゴの推測通り、クララの体は病院で昏睡状態になっているという話をクリエから聞いている。
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see why Leon's route is recommended to be played after Crease then, yeah. Sergei jumped into the conversation to back up the director's claim.
そういうわけだ。おそらくリオンの体もどこかで眠っている。だからリオンの母親が手紙を受け取っても混乱するだけで返事はもらえないだろう。
Yeah.
逆に
I thought so.
リオンの母親が傷ついてしまうかもしれない。本当にすまない。
When he put it that way, it was easy to imagine the letter come across as especially cruel prank. If that were the case, then all we'd accomplished would hurt both Leon and his mother. I just couldn't believe it. Leon, the director, and Sergei were all right there in front of me. Nothing about them suggested they were only other than ordinary humans. But they're really just all caught in a state between life and death? The moment I came to understand what that meant, a chill raced down my spine. Caught between life and death, so then, what will happen when I release them from their bonds? Potential answers to that question made the chill I'd felt before intensify. I wrapped my arms around myself, afraid I'd start shivering at any second, and forced myself to speak. Monsieur Hugo, when I awaken my magic and free everyone from their prey, will you... I hesitated to finish my thought, but I had no choice. I had to know. Will you die? The only time one's soul would depart their body, as far as I knew, would be the moment of their demise. If that were the case, and those souls had somehow been trapped by Durfee on their way to the afterlife, then would they resume that journey the moment they were released? Would that death be the only freedom that awaited them? Haha. The air in the tent was thick with tension. Leon jolted upright, staring silently at the director. Eventually, the director succumbed to our stares and nodded.
その可能性は高い。待ってくれ、エマ。
I stood up halfway from my chair, but the director's words stopped me in my
俺たち
tracks.
は体から魂が離れているとはいえ、死んでいるわけじゃない。魂が戻り、目を覚ます可能性もあるんだ。
It's a 50-50 chance at the moment, though.
これも調べたんだが、今まで魂を捉える魔法が使われた記録も、その魂が解放された記録もない。霊部を解放した結果がどうなるかは誰にもわからないんだ。
You said it was likely that you died, didn't you? The director fell silent. That was all the answer I needed. If I release everyone from the ring, they might just die? How would that be any different from me being the one who... I could hardly even bear to think about the implications that truth carried. And that would mean that Leon's dream of showing Melissa's picture book would never come true. Leon, Monsieur Hugo, and Sergei were all wordlessly staring at me. The silence was so heavy it was almost suffocating. Finally, Sergei spoke up and broke it.
霊部からの解放はヒューゴの望みだ。私はあなたにヒューゴの意に沿った働きを望む。
I need some time to think about this. That was the best response I could give them at the moment.
もちろんだ。じっくり考えてくれて構わない。無理強いをするつもりはないからね。
The director agreed without protest.
待って、エマさん。
I step out of the administrative tent and Leon chased after me just a moment later.
さっきの話なんだけど。
I'm sorry, Leon. I'm just so confused right now. I need some time alone to think this through. I still couldn't accept that any of this was real. If I tried to talk about it then and there was no way I could have kept my composure.
そうだよね。じゃあ、夜は図書館で話をしない？
Still, Leon just wouldn't back down. I knew he was worried about me, but I didn't have the presence of mind to really appreciate it.
じゃあ僕、待ってるから。ずっと待ってるからね。
I couldn't bring myself to reply. I just gave him a slight nod and walked away. Oh boy. After the park closed for the evening, I made my way to the Hilltop Library. Spent the whole day thinking about whether or not I should still release everyone from the review, but I just couldn't find an answer. I don't think I ever will alone. I should ask Leon how he feels. Does he want things to stay the same as they are now, or would he rather...
来てくれたんだ。よかった。
I reached the top of the hill to find the same scene as ever waiting for me. Even now, it looked like it had been plucked right out of the pages of a picture book. Leon greeted me with a perfectly unreserved smile. There wasn't a hint of gloom to his expression, though I thought I could pick out just a trace of relief.
ごめんね。無理やり誘っちゃったみたいで。
No, it's okay. I have something I want to ask you anyway.
それって、霊部の解放のことだよね。
I gave Leon a nod, and he looked me squarely in the eye.
エマさん、先に僕からのお願いを聞いてくれる？
Request?
霊部から僕やヒューゴさんたちを解放してほしいんだ。
He said it so plainly and bluntly, I couldn't help but gasp. Leon, however, was unwavering. He stared straight at me, never breaking eye contact. But why? You know you might die if I set you free.
それはね、僕には夢があるからだよ。
A dream?
解放までに絵本を完成させて、故郷にいるお母さんに見せに行くんだ。それから世界中を旅して、風景とか出会った人とか、いろいろな経験をヒントにして、新しい絵本を書いて。
I see. So he chose to like believe that he'll live
So
right
yeah.
after.
エマさんに読んでもらって笑顔になってもらうんだよ。
Leon sounded ecstatic as he described the dream I was now very familiar with. The same one he told me of many times before.
僕の夢はエマさんにしか叶えられないんだ。
But that's... It was true. If I choose not to free everyone, then Leon would remain trapped here forever. But if I free you, you might...
目を覚ますかもしれないってヒューゴさん
Hey,
は言ってた
Perry the
よ。
Fools! Hey. He said that the odds are high, you'll just die. No matter what Leon said, I couldn't stop myself from digging in my heels and arguing with him. Fear like nothing I'd ever felt before was overwhelming me. But yeah, hi there, Parade of Fools, how you doing?
分かってる。でも目を覚ます可能性があるのなら僕はそれにかけたいなって思うんだ。
Oh, thanks for the hydrate. Saying that must have taken a truly incredible amount of resolve, but the way Leo spoke was, well, it was the same as ever. He's playing a bit of FGO while I wind down for the night. Oh, I see. Hey, good luck with FGO. Something about his kind, gentle tone helped me finally calm down and regain my composure. I was finally coming to realize that what exactly his kindness was founded upon. It was founded upon his strength, upon the incredible willpower to stay true to his goal, even if it meant looking death in the eye. Those qualities moved me, and my stubborn urge to refuse him finally melted away. Alright, I'll do it. I don't want to stand between Leon and his dream. If he's going to strive to reach it, then I want to support him. And not just Leon either. If everyone else wants to move forward, then I have no right to stop them. I'll free you all from the Rivier. I looked Leon straight in the eye and made my intentions clear. Aww.
ごめん。感謝の気持ちでいっぱいでなんて言えばいいのかわかんなくなっちゃって。ああ、もう本当に君にどう伝えたらいいのかな。
Leon hung his head, hiding his face with the back of his hand, and finally looked back up at me.
ありがとう、エマさん。僕の夢を叶えてくれて。
It hasn't come true just yet, though. Leon was getting ahead of himself already, and I couldn't help but chuckle before expressing my own gratitude. I have to thank you as well, Leon. You were worried about me, weren't you? I appreciate it. This was shocking enough for me, so I can't even imagine how it must have been for you. How would it feel to learn that you're a disembodied soul? I just wish I had encouraged you to send that letter. Maybe then you could have found out about all this in a gentler manner.
そのことなら本当に気にしなくて大丈夫。それに実はね、返事が来なくてほっとしてもいるんだ。
You're relieved? But why?
だって僕がレイブに来て3年も経っているから。その間お母さんが僕を見つけ出せないのは変だなって思っていたんだ。
Uh-huh. The thought had never occurred to me, but he was right. Even if the Rivier happened all over the place, 3 years was a long time when it came to an active search. If Melissa really was looking for him, the odds were pretty high. She would have found him by now.
だからね、もうお母さんは僕のことなんてどうでもいいのかなって思ったりもしたんだ。でももし僕の体がお母さんのそばにあるのなら探すはずがないって納得できたよ。だからね、そのことは 君に感謝してるんだ。
As I searched frantically for the right words to say to him, Leon gave me a clearly forced smile.
それじゃ、この話はここまでにしようよ。でないと本当の目的の前に夜が明けちゃう。
What important part?
ほら、空を見て。
Leon pointed upward at the starry sky above
今
us.
日は特に星が綺麗に見えるでしょ。絶好の天体観測日和だから、ここに誘ってみたんだ。エマさんが好きなマカロンも用意したから、楽しんでいってね。今日くらい空気が澄んでいれば、流れ星も見られるかもしれないよ。
Shooting stars? Really?
絶対とは言えないけど、多分。だけど、いつどこに流れるかはわからないから、空から目を離しちゃダメだよ。今、この瞬間にも、君の後ろの空に流れてるかもしれない。
I quickly spun around, but didn't see anything noteworthy at all.
今のは例えだよ。流れてなかったから安心して。
Okay. Okay. This is where you have to save as well. Yippee. I see.
なんだ。やり返されちゃった。
I knew that Leon was joking around to try and cheer me up. Turning it around on him was my way of returning the favor, and thankfully he seemed to understand that. Leon chuckled happily. Really though, keeping an eye out on the whole night sky seems like it would be a challenge. I need my eyes on the back of my head to manage it.
じゃあ、こうすればいいんじゃないかな。ほら、君はここに座って。
Oh. I played along, sitting on the grassy hilltop. A moment later, Leon sat down as well, his back against mine.
ねえ、
Aw.
これなら全部の空を見られるよ。
This really was a great idea. Nice work, Leon. No sooner had we sat down, than I let out a yelp. I just managed to catch a shooting star in the corner of my vision. I saw one.
どこ？
Right over there. It's gone now, though. It vanished in the blink of an eye.
ああ、残念だな。
It was over so quickly, I didn't even have time to make a wish.
お願い事って？
Wait, you don't know? They say that if you make a wish upon a shooting star, it's sure to be granted.
そうなんだ。よし、絶対に見つける。
Leon looked back up at the night sky more enthusiastically than ever. I couldn't see his face since he was behind me, of course, but I could still tell that he was completely serious this time. He's almost like a little kid. Leon's so cute at times like these. I mean, he's supposed to be younger, so like, yeah. We were so focused on our search for shooting stars that both of us fell silent. Yeah, locked in, I see. It wasn't an uncomfortable silence, though, not in the least. I felt the warmth of Leon's back against mine as I gazed up the sky, focused wholeheartedly on the stars above. Leon and I gasped in unison. A shooting star had streaked across the sky, miraculously positioned so that both of us could see it. I shut my eyes and focused intently upon my wish. What are you playing? I'm playing an otome game called GENSOU MANÈGE. Needless to say, the shooting star was gone by the time I opened my eyes again.
ねえ、エマさんは何をお願いしたの？
I wish for everything to work out so perfectly. You'll never stop smiling.
うわすごいや。同じお願いをしてたなんて。
Oh,
うん。僕のお願いは、エマさんが笑顔でいられますように。だから、僕たち、両思いだね。
he said it so innocently I knew that he hadn't meant it dramatically, and yet his words still set my heart aflutter. Okay then, girl.
どうかしたの？
No, not at all. Thankfully, Leon didn't seem to have noticed how flustered I was. I'm sure he didn't mean anything by it. Why am I making such a big deal out of this? Okay.
僕ね、レイブから解放された後も、君には笑顔でいてほしいんだ。
Yeah, me too. Leon's ever innocent smile was a balm for my heart. It was something precious to me, something that made me happy in turn, and something I wanted to protect. I wanted Leon to stay just the way he was, now and forevermore. Leon looked surprised. His eyes were sparkling with glee, and his cheeks were faintly flushed. What is it?
うん、エマさんが笑顔になってくれてよかったなって思って。
Okay.
それにね、君の笑顔を見ていたら、絵本のアイデアが急に浮かんできたんだ。早く形にしたいな。それで、エマさんに読んでもらいたいよ。
I hear barking. I'll go and check that out. I'll be right back. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Oh, hey Arena, thanks for the lurk. Also, I came back just in time after ad break, so that's good. Yeah. Let me continue. Leon turned to face me and with an unusually formal demeanor, gave me a brief
僕
bow.
の絵本でエマさんを笑顔にしたいって気持ちは少しも変わってないから。これからも僕の絵本の読者第1号でいてください。
It almost felt like he was inviting me to dance. I chuckled and gave him a bow in return. The next morning, I made my way to the administrative tent first thing after I'd arrived at the RPA. I wanted to inform the director that I'd made my decision.
そうか。
After I finished explaining myself, the director doffed his hat and bowed deeply toward me. Huh? I let out a flustered grunt. I had no idea why he would be bowing to me.
まずはレイブの真実を黙っていたことの謝罪をさせてほしい。あの話を聞けば君は動揺するだろうし、レイブからの解放を躊躇するかもしれない。どのような結果になるとしても君が責任を感じてしまうと思ったからだ。でもそうだとしても君には知る権利があった。あれでは君を騙していたと取られても仕方ない。黙っていて本当にすまない。
The director's sincerity came through clearly to me. It could tell how much consideration, kindness he'd shown me. No matter what he says, I can't see this as him having tried to use me. I understand why you didn't tell me. This is just as difficult a topic for you as it is for me, I'm sure. So please, Monsieur Hugo, raise your head. After a moment of hesitation, the director straightened up and returned his hat to his head. Just like that, he was back to his usual self.
ありがとう、エマ。そして改めてお願いさせてほしい。君の魔法の力で俺たちを助けてくれ。
My answer was unambiguous.
ありがとう。君は本当に最高の魔女だよ。
Please, I don't deserve that much credit. I couldn't have found my resolve if Leon hadn't given me the push I needed.
そうか。リオンのおかげだったんだね。
Monsieur Hugo smiled brightly and gave me an emphatic nod. A number of days came and went. As Hugo had predicted, Leon never received a reply to his letter. If Leon really had been missing for years, you'd think Melissa would have at least replied right away. If not, rushed out to find the referee herself. I suppose this serves as a proof that everything the director told us was true. I worked diligently on awakening my magic, never missing a day. I would spare no effort to free everyone and make Leon's dream come true. One day after I'd finished my practice, I headed to the administrative tent to say goodbye before going home. Oh. Excuse me. I called out as I stepped inside, only to find everyone of the review staff gathered within. What if something happened? The fact that Lucille had chosen to make a very rare appearance told me that this was something serious. The air in the room was grave. At the center of that oppressive atmosphere stood Leon, still clad in his costume. Finally, I noticed what he was holding, a letter. Aha.
あ、エマさん。
Leo's voice sounded terribly feeble. Before I knew it, I'd rush over to the side. Okay. What happened, Leon? In truth, I'd already guessed that was going on. I knew exactly who that letter was
お
from.
母さんから手紙の返事が来たんだ。
Furthermore, I could tell from everyone's grim expressions that the letter's contents were far from cheery. Oh boy. I hesitated, unsure of whether or not I should ask. Before I could make a decision, though, Leon offered the letter to me. It was very short, written in a single leaf of paper.
あなたはどなたですか？私の息子の名を語るのはやめてください。
I mean, the phrasing was polite, but at the same time came across a profoundly reproachful. That was understandable. Melissa had no idea what was truly going on. This next line made painfully clear, however, we hadn't known everything either.
リオンは3年前に亡くなりました。何のつもりかは知りたくもありませんが、静かに眠っているあの子を汚すような真似は許せません。二度と私たちに関わらないでください。
It almost looked like the letter was shaking, like Melissa's rage was making itself known physically. But no, it wasn't the letter, it was my own hands that had started to tremble. The director, who'd step up to my side, took the letter from my hands. Does this mean... Hugo closed his eyes and didn't say a word. Eventually, Sergei quietly spoke up in his place.
残念ながら予測が間違っていた。リオンは生死をさまよっているのではなく、すでに死んでいたんだ。
おい
Carrier glared at Sergei as if to say that he hadn't needed to put it so bluntly. Oh, we're gonna need someone in the group who could. He was concerned about Leon, I was sure, yeah. It's his way of being concerned, but yeah. But Leon stayed silent. He didn't say a word or even react. With his face hidden by his costume, I couldn't begin to guess what he was thinking.
おそらくだけれど、死の直後、リオンの魂が何かの理由で霊部に囚われてしまった。リオンだけ記憶がなかったのも、それが理由なんだろ
う。もしや着ぐるみも常に身につけているのはいくらなんでも妙だとは思っていた。
The director didn't reply. Instead, he gave Leon a meaningful glance. Leon returned his gaze and gave him a slight nod.
あくまで推測だが、リオンの着ぐるみは俺たちと霊部をつないでいる鎖と同じものだ。常に見えるほど強く、リオンをここに縛っているのだと俺は考えている。
なるほど。
The revelation left everyone speechless. Even Craigie and Lucille could do nothing more than stare vacantly at Leon. Clara, however, took the opportunity to quietly step over to my
大丈
side.
夫エマ。
Couldn't give her an answer. Leon died 3 years ago? But he's right here. He has a dream. He's going to be a picture book author. The memories of Leon flashed through my mind in sequence, one after another, and vanished into darkness. Hugo and Grayson followed in Clara's example and asked if I was alright. But I barely heard them. It was like they were talking to me from somewhere far, far away. I just stood there feeling like a leaf that had fallen into a raging river. Like the cruel whims of reality had me entirely at their mercy. boy. Hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Yep, I thought so. This was gonna be angst. Yep. I'd long since lost count of how many times I'd walked the path that connected Blankburg to Rivier. I thought, by all rights, I should have had the whole trip committed to memory. That night, though, it felt like I didn't even know what was around the next corner. If I ended the Rivier's bindings, then Leon would vanish, never to return. How could I possibly accept that? I didn't want to believe it, but I couldn't forget the fury I felt from Melissa's letter.
リオンは3年前に亡くなりました。何のつもりかは知りたくもありませんが、静かに眠っているあの子を汚すような真似は許せません。
Hey, Jin.
二度と私たちに関わらないでください。
Otome? I've been playing this for the past several weeks though. I'm just doing a different route. Arnold had arrived home before me. The moment I stepped inside, I rushed to his room. So usually not on Twitch around this time. Ah.
メリッサ・オランジュって前に調べた絵本作家の？
That's right. Thank you again. That was a huge help.
別にお前の頼みだったし。それでまた言い出したってことはもっと調べてほしいことがあるのか？
I nodded, grateful that Arnold was quick on the uptake. It's about Melissa's son. Did you hear anything about him having passed away? I could imagine how confusing the question must have been to Arnold. He gave me a curious glance, but turned to his desk a moment later and pulled out the scrapbook.
確認してみる。
He opened the book up to a page with a set of newspaper articles pasted to it. Arnold glanced over one article in particular, then shook his head.
そんな記述はないな。
So then he must be...
いや、待ってくれ。お前に報告してから手に入れた記事もあって、そっちにはざっとしか目を通してないんだ。
Okay. Arnold turned to a new page and began reading the second article. Oh.
お前の言った通りだ。メリッサ・オランジュの息子が亡くなったって書かれてる。
Well, I read the article that Arnold had found. It seemed to be a continuation of the previous article. And it contained another interview with Melissa. In that interview, she explained that she lost her son, and that she had no intention of writing another book until she'd had time to recover from that loss.
これは3年前の記事だから、その頃には亡くなっていたってことか。こうして救出宣言をしていたから、絵本も絶版になったんじゃないか？
I was barely even listening at that point. Everything Melissa had written in her letter was true. Reality was so crushing, my disappointment so powerful. It was all I could do to keep myself from crying.
どうした、エマ？大丈夫か？
If I break down here, Arnold will worry about me. Oh, yep, he will. I desperately held back my tears. I knew, however, that if I tried to look him in the eye, he would begin to spill for sure. Instead, I just gave him a nod. That was all I could bring myself to say. I left his room without another word.
Emma!
I heard him call out to me, but I didn't turn around. I just ran straight to my room. Oh, we're getting to the angst part. Got it? Arnold and Madame Alice eventually each came to knock on my door and tell me dinner was ready. I didn't have an appetite though, so I felt bad for refusing their kindness, but I politely excused myself and stayed cooped up in my room. Leon was all I could think about. I don't know how long I spent stewing in my thoughts. Eventually managed to escape the cycle of despair. I thought my way into for long enough to reach out toward the music box manage in on my dresser. I sluggishly wound it up, then returned it to its usual position. The music box tune was the same as ever. I, however, had changed. I've learned a truth that I would have been better off never knowing. If only I hadn't told Leon to write that letter. If only Melissa's reply had never arrived. If only I'd never asked Arnold to find out if she had a son. Then I never would have had to learn that Leon has already passed on. I felt a tear trickle down my cheek. With that, I lost the will to resist. I couldn't stop myself from sobbing any longer. I crumpled into my bed, wishing desperately for a miracle that could never be granted. In return for my trouble, the only thing I received were tears. Before I knew it, the sun had risen. Apparently, I'd cried myself to sleep. Managed to drag myself to the front door and found Arnold about to leave for work.
Emma!
Good morning, Arnold.
おはよ
Arnold seemed relieved to see me. He hopped off his bicycle and walked over to me. I'm sorry for not eating dinner last night, even though you went out of your way to cook for me. I just didn't have an appetite.
う。いいって。でも母さんが心配してたし、早く顔を見せてやってくれ。
I'll do that.
ああ、でも。
Arnold paused to take a closer look at my face, then reached up to brush a finger beneath my eye.
この顔だと、母さんが余計に心配するかもしれないな。
Hey, Pyro. Hey, Pyro. I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine. We got angst right now, but yeah, I'm doing fine. Yeah, how are you doing? I'm gonna have been lurking. Ah, I see. Thanks for the lurk, though.
昨日、泣いたのか
Just as I feared, my face had told Arnold everything he needed to know. I read a really tragic picture book and ended up crying a little. That's all. A little. Sure, girl. It was an incredibly weak excuse, and I knew it, but it was the best I could manage at the spur of the moment. Arnold sighed, and I found myself tensing up. Surprisingly, however, it didn't push me to explain myself.
無理するなよ。辛かったら休んでもいいんだからさ。
Arnold reached up once more, this time laying his hand on my head and mussing up my hair. It almost felt like he'd seen right through me. I mean, if your eyes are actually puffy and bloodshot because of crying, I'm pretty sure he won't believe whatever excuse you just gave, girl. It's alright, I'm not forcing myself to do anything, I promise.
そっか。
Arnold pulled back his hand, then walked back over to his bicycle.
それじゃ行ってくるよ。
Arnold straddled his bike and sped away in a flash, waving back at me as he left. I waited until he was out of sight and took a moment to rub my eyes. I won't be able to do my work at the repair or make any progress with my magic in the state. I have to pull myself together. First things first, I should wash my face, then say good morning to Madame Alice. I turned around to head back inside, but before I knew it, I was thinking about Leon again. By all rights, Leon had already moved on from this world. That was a fact. Nothing I could do would change it. I arrived at the repair and began my magic practice, just like always. I couldn't do it though. The more my magic improved, the closer the repair would draw to its release, and the sooner Leon would vanish for good. I don't want to never see him again. The desire to avoid losing him was overpowering, and it drove me to reject my own magic's awakening.
無理するなよ。辛かったら休んでもいいんだからさ。
I'm really not feeling up to practicing my magic today. Maybe I should just take the day off. I head to the administrative tent to check it and learn what I'd be doing that morning. It seemed, however, that a whole night of crying had put my face in a rather terrible state. Clara and the director both took one look at me, then told me to go home and rest. Oh boy. Leon was worried about me too, but I didn't know what to say to him. In the end, I left the reprieve without talking to him at all. The moment I stepped into my room, I let out a deep sigh of self-loathing. I'm causing so much trouble for everyone. I can't keep doing this. I have to do my job and awaken my magic. Or so I told myself, but an instant later I found myself thinking once more about what the consequences of my magic's awakening would be. Right now, Leon's still here. He still exists, but if I awaken my magic and set him free from the refier... As I imagined the inevitable result, tears began to stream down my cheeks once more. Oh boy. And in truth, I really wouldn't. When I tried to awaken my magic earlier, my body had rejected it. I had a very clear idea that forcing my magic to awaken would not end well. I feel bad for the others, but I think I need to take a break from my magic training for a moment. The next day, I returned to my usual routine at the reveille. With one exception. That is, just as I planned, I didn't practice awakening my magic. I showed up just a little before the park opened, and went home right away after it closed. Several days passed as I kept up that new routine. It seemed that everyone else had noticed that I'd abandoned my magical practice. Nobody said a word about it though. Guilty as that made me feel, I was also grateful for their consideration and took advantage of it. Ian didn't say anything either, but he did ask me to read new pages from his picture book several times. The knowledge of his own demise had dampened his enthusiasm in that regard, at least. I, however, felt far too guilty about abandoning my magic to take him up on it, so I turned him down every time. Damn. Then a few days later, I'd finished up my work for the day and was heading to the tents to change. Once again, I had refrained from practicing my magic. I'll get to work on dinner as soon as I get home. I've got plenty of time, so maybe I'll make something a little more complicated for a change.
お疲れ様、エマさん。
Oh. I froze in place. Leon's voice had caught me by surprise. Hello, Leon.
これから魔法の覚醒をするの？
I'd been expecting him to ask me about reading his book, not about my magic. I was shocked all over again and stood stock still. Leon just stared at me. I couldn't run or lie in the face of his earnest appeal, so I chose to tell him the truth. No, I'm not. I think you probably already realized this, but I haven't practiced my magic for the past several days. I may not ever practice again.
そっか。
Leon gave me a nod, then paused, his costume's head wavering slightly. It looked to me like he was hesitating to say something.
僕が言うのも変だけど、みんなは霊部から解放されて自由になりたいって願ってるんだ。前にヒューゴさんも言ってたけど、やってみなければわからないよね。だからみんなエマさんの力を必要としてるんだ。魔法の覚醒はエマさんにしかできない仕事だよ。
I know. I know all of that already, but if I awaken my magic, that means you'll be gone forever. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to shout. I even startled myself with how loudly I yelled, so I quickly apologized. That's not what I was trying to tell him at all. The way I just put it had made it sound like it was Leon's fault that I wasn't willing to awaken my magic anymore. I couldn't let him see it that way, so I searched frantically for the right way to clarify myself. Hey, Shumi. Yeah, embrace a banui. When I try, my heart just hurts. I can't bear it. My body rejects it.
体が。
I know I have to do something about this eventually, but I'd like just a little time to rest first, please. I bowed deeply, apologizing both for my thoughtless words and for betraying everyone's expectations.
待って、違うんだよ。君を責めるつもりはないんだ。こっちこそ僕のことで君をいっぱい悩ませちゃってごめんなさい。
Now it was Leon's turn to rattle off a frantic apology and bow as deeply as he could. Huh. Maybe a little deeper than he could, actually. The weight of his costume's head carried him forward rather than he intended, knocking him off balance. Yeah? Oh. I reached out just in time to catch his costume's head and stabilize him. A moment later, he would have tumbled to the ground.
ありがとう、エマさん。おかしいな。どうして転びそうになったんだろう。
Huh? Guess your head's heavy, obviously. Of course, you lose your balance, bowing in a costume like that.
あ、そっか。そうだよね。
Oh, God. Young clapped his hands with satisfaction. Suddenly, he sounded cheerful as could be. It was just such a Leon thing to do. I couldn't stop myself from laughing. I see now. Even knowing the truth hasn't changed me on one
よか
bit.
った。笑ってくれた。やっぱりエマさんは笑顔がいいな。
His affection was so kind and pure-hearted, it instantly made me feel a pang of guilt. What am I doing? I have no right to be smiling like this in front of him. I'm sorry, Leon. I'm going to go change.
エマさん
I couldn't bear to stay there a second longer, so I turned my back to him and fled. I'll be going home now. Have a nice evening.
お疲れ様。また明日も頼むよ。
Emma said her goodbyes, then stepped out of the administrative tent. Heavy silence fell in her wake. Everyone is here, aside from Lucille, but nobody said so much as a word. Finally, Creye decided to speak up.
あいつ最近魔法の覚醒してないよな。
そのようだね。でも、理由はわかるだろ？俺だってそうだ。だから彼女を責められない。
それは分かってるけどさ。
僕、エマさんから聞いたんです。魔法の覚醒をすることを体が拒否していて、休ませてほしいって。霊部から解放されたらどうなるのかって、いろいろ考えちゃってるみたいでした。
そうか。
Hugo winced and closed his eyes.
だっていうのに無理強いはできねえよな。
しかし、ヒューゴの望みは霊部からの解放だ。このままでは、その望みは叶わなくなる。酷ではあるが、彼女には無理にでも魔法を覚醒してもらうべきじゃないか。
いや、クリエが言ったように無理強いはしたくない。霊部で働きながら魔法の覚醒を目指してほしいと頼んでおきながら言えることではないけどね。ともかく今はエマの気持ちが落ち着くまで見守ろう。
ヒューゴの判断なら従おう。
そうするしかねえよな。
私もできる限りフォローします。
僕も。
ありがとう、みんな。
Hugo smiled gently at us. It wasn't anything like the smile he showed the refused visitors, though. This was a smile meant to cover up the pain, one he felt he'd force himself to wear.
もう一度、エマさんと話してみます。
As soon as I realized how he felt, the words sprang out from my mouth. I turned away from Leo the day before, yet once again, he tracked me down to talk with me today.
やっぱり、君に絵本を見てほしいんだ。実はね、今、結末に悩んでいて。だから、できているものを読んで感想を聞かせてほしいなって。
Wait a minute. Okay.
今夜、いつものところで待ってるから。
It felt like it had been a long time since I'd visited the Hilltop Library. But it hadn't changed a bit in my absence. It almost felt like time had stopped here. As if that could ever possibly happen. I tried to break away from the strange track my mind had wandered down and stepped up to the lamp-lit bookshelves.
こんばんは。来てくれてありがとう。
Good evening, Leon.
早速だけど、これ読んでみ。エマさんが読まないうちにこんなにページを仕上げたんだよ。
Leon handed me the manuscript for his book. I opened it up and found that he really had added quite a few new pages. That meant that he had put his dream on hold for even a day. He'd been working steadily away at it. He still wants to finish his picture book and show it to his mother. And even though he knew he'd never really be able to show it to Melissa, he still hadn't stopped drawing. He's amazing, truly, and on the other hand, just look at me. I'm sorry I've been giving you the cold shoulder, even though you've been working so hard.
気にしないで。それよりも読んで感想を聞かせてほしいな。
Alright. At Leon's urging, I turned to the page I'd stopped at last time and began to read.
リオンが故郷にたどり着いた時、まさに狐がリオンのお母さんに襲いかかろうとしているところでした。リオンはお母さんと狐の間に飛び込みます。お前たち、村から出て行け。リオンはそう勇敢に叫び、ひるむことなく立ち向かい、どうにか狐を村から追い出しました。村のウサギたちはライオンの名前にふさわしい勇者だとリオンを褒めたたえ、感謝しました。よかった。笑ってくれた。
Did you say something?
なんでもない。けれど、戦いで大きな傷を負ったリオンは気を失って倒れてしまいます。気がつくと、リオンは真っ白な光の中にいました。ここはどこだろう。お母さんは辺りを見回すリオンの前に誰かが天より舞い降りてきました。驚き、ひざまずいたリオンに神様は言いました。村を守るため勇敢に戦ったお前を称えよう。そしてお前の高潔な魂を名に敬意を表し。
I had been completely absorbed by the story, but when I turned to the next page, I was surprised to find it blank. I was so curious about what would happen next, too. I muttered to myself as I looked up. When I did, I found Leon directly in front of me, gazing at my face. Our eyes met. What? How long have you been watching me?
ずーっと。
Okay. The whole time? Can't imagine that watching me read was all that interesting.
とっても面白かったよ。だってエマさん、いろんな顔をしていたから。絵本に合わせてくるくる変わってた。
How did it? Just what sort of faces was I making? I hope none of them were too strange.
それでどうだったかな。面白かった？
Yes, it was. I could really empathize with the protagonist, and I was so wrapped up in the story I just had to keep reading.
そっか。
And of course, that just makes me all the more curious to learn how it ends. You haven't drawn that part yet, have you?
そこにとっても悩んでるんだ。どうしたらいいかな。
Leon crossed his arms, hemming and hawing as he pondered the question. seem to have hit quite the writer's block. Are you having trouble thinking of an ending?
うん、思いついているものはあるんだけど、しっくりきてないんだ。
Leo closed his eyes. I had to imagine he was drawing the final pages in his mind's eye.
ねえ、エマさん。
Eventually, he opened his eyes and looked back at me.
結末を完成させるために、君の力を貸してくれないかな。
My power? What do you mean?
感想を聞かせてもらうだけじゃなくて、手伝ってほしいことがあって。
I'd love to help, but if it's something I'm capable of, but
エマさんにしかできないことなんだ。
had no idea what that could be. What would only I be capable of? I was bewildered, but Leon clarified. The look in his eyes as serious as it had ever been.
この絵本の世界をエマさんの魔法で再現してほしい。
え？
その再現の中でなら、まだ作っていない絵本の結末も完成させられると思うんだ。
Reproducing the world of a picture book in real life? Is that even possible?
きっとできるよ。だってね、僕の読んだ絵本の魔女たちは空想を現実にしてたから。
Oh, come to think of it, I think I may have read a picture book that went along those lines as well. The book was about a nice witch who conjured up an amusement park based on a child's drawing, giving that child a single evening to live out their fantasies. Can I really manage that though? I certainly want to, if I can. I'd love to help Leon finish his book. But I might not have what it takes yet. My power is still slumbering within me, so how could I? Are you saying that you want me to keep working on awakening my magic? Leon nodded without hesitation, then took my hand in his.
昨日話をして君の気持ちは分かった。でもそれでも魔法の覚醒を続けてほしいんだ。
There was strength to Leon's gaze that seemed to pierce straight through me. He never looked at me like that
霊
before.
部から解放されるまでに絶対に絵本を完成させたい。解放されたら僕は死んでしまう。それはもちろん分かってる。でも最初の読者でいてくれるって約束してくれたエマさんに完成した絵本を読んでもらいたいから。僕にとって本当に大切なことは絵本を書くことじゃない。誰かを笑顔にすることなんだ。絵本を完成させたら誰かを笑顔にするって夢は叶う。僕はそれで十分だよ。それとね、霊部からの解放はここで働くみんなのヒューゴさんの望みで、ヒューゴさんの笑顔につながっている。ヒューゴさんも他のみんなも死にたいわけじゃない。霊部から解放されて笑顔でここから旅立ちたいって望んでいるんじゃないかな。
To set out with a smile. Yes, I can imagine Monsieur Hugo saying
も
that.
し僕が死んでしまうという理由でエマさんが立ち止まっているのなら、どうか踏み出して僕のために。ヒューゴさんたちが笑顔になれないのは悲しいから。
I gently pulled my hands free from his. I'm sorry, I need a little time to think about this. Promise I'll make my decision tonight and tell you tomorrow. Can you wait for just a day? I knew it was a selfish request, yet Leon smiled at me anyway.
待ってる。
The Manage music box atop my dresser played its usual beautiful melody. Come to think about it, I did this back when the director asked me to work at the RPA and awaken my magic, didn't I? I thought about what I want to do here and listen to my music box, just like I am now. As promised, I'd start thinking about what I wanted to do the moment I got home. So I can't bring myself to accept that Neo's dead. That shock hasn't faded yet. But Leon hasn't let that stop him. He's still moving forward, and that means that I can't stay at the standstill forever. I have to join him and move on. If I didn't awaken magic and set him free from the RPA, Leon's dream will never come true. I have to awaken my magic, both for the sake of bringing Leon's picture book to life, and for the sake of making everyone in the RPA smile. That's what Leon wants. I muttered out loud as if trying to convince myself that what I was saying was true. Then reached for my music box. Slowly but surely, its spring unwound, leaving it still and silent in my hands. Deciding to resume my magic practice felt like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. As a result, I woke up bright and early for what felt like the first time in ages. I felt refreshed and light on my feet as I headed into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. I've been so preoccupied by Leon lately, I made Arnold and Madame Alice worry themselves sick. I need to reassure them that I'm alright now, and the best way to do that is to make a breakfast to remember. I'll give it my all. Hey. Right around the time I was wrapping up my breakfast preparations, Arnold stepped into the living room and let out a shocked gasp.
おはよう。朝食準備してくれたのか?
I woke up a little early today, so I thought I might as well.
へえ。最近のお前はかなり寝ぼすけだったのに。
I'm sorry for making you worry so much. I'm alright now, though.
そっか。
Arnold didn't pry any further than that. He just gave me a caring smile.
あら、おはよう。今日は早いのね。
おはよう母さん。エマが朝食を用意してくれたって。
確かにいい香りでいっぱいね。ありがとう。
I brought out the lavish spread I'd prepared, with setting the table for Arnold and Madame Alice. After Arnold, Madame Alice, and I shared a pleasant meal together for the first time in days, I made my way to the RV. I had to practice my magic before the park opened for the day. Minigame, yippee!
行くぞ。もともとすんなよ。やるな。いい感じじゃん。いいか、集中だ集中。継続は力なりだ。次も期待してるからな。
Okay, almost there. I was concerned that I wouldn't be able to manage after taking so much time away from magic. It seemed, however, that I needn't have worry. My practice went as well as I could have possibly expected it to. Next, I searched for Leon. I wanted to give him the answer I settled on the night before. I found him in the main plaza, praying for a performance. Good morning, Leon.
あ、エマさん、おはよう。
I just finished my magic practice, so I thought I'd come talk with you before the park opens. That fact already told Leon that what my answer would be in advance, more or less. He froze for just a moment as my statement sunk in, then whirled around and dashed up to me.
じゃあ、
I made my decision, yes. For the sake of your dream and for the sake of everyone in the room peace. Smiles, I will awaken my magic. Once again, Leon seemed to be at loss for words. Finally, he mustered up a response.
ありがとう。
That short reply, just 2 words, was more than enough to satisfy me. Another week came and went. I practiced furiously, doing my best to make up for lost time. As a result, I made rapid progress. I was beginning to come to an understanding of my own magic. I could tell that it would be long before I could grant Leon's request. Around that time, I decided to ask Lucille if recreating the world of a picture book in reality was even possible.
可能ですよ。幻を生み出すのは魔女の得意とするところですから。
Hey, Sai. Are you winning? Guess I'm almost at the end of the game. Well, this route, but yeah.
あなたの力も数時間だけ幻を出せるくらいは覚醒しています。さすがに霊部からの解放はまだ難しいでしょうけど。
With that answer in mind, I asked Leon to meet me at the Hilltop Library after the park closed. Today, I would bring his picture book into the real world. Oh, thanks for the headpads. Although I learned to manipulate my power to a certain extent, I'd only used magic in a real sense once so far. Restoring the menage, a faulty piston to a functional state was the only time I put it into practice. I hope this works. I could feel how stiff my nervousness was making me. I looked over at Leon, who was standing by my side, and he gave me an encouraging smile.
大丈夫、大丈夫。
Saving. I'm gonna save here. Yeah, we believe. Alright, I can do this. Leon beamed and took my hand in his.
こうすればもっと大丈夫になるかな。
He did something like this before, didn't he? Though back then he was wearing his costume. Holding Leon's hand really does put my mind at ease. I felt the last of my tension fade away. Thank you, Leon. Here goes. Close my eyes and the faint light of magic came into focus. Not as faint as last time, though. There were far more particles of light than I'd been able to perceive when the menage had broke down. Oh. I focused on gathering those particles to me, and they responded to my will so readily. It was almost funny. I have to visualize the pages of his picture book, the world that Leon drew. And I have to visualize myself as his protagonist. If I can do that, then the world around me should change to suit that image. As I refined the magical power I'd gathered, it grew denser, stronger. Then slowly but surely, I let it spread throughout my surroundings. Before long, my whole field of vision was bathed in brilliant magical light.
うわ
Oh, that's cool. I heard Liam gasp with wonder and opened my eyes to find an ocean of stars before me. Huh, what? It was like I leaped into the starry sky above the library. I almost panicked as I wondered what on earth I could be standing on, but Liam quickly reached out to support me.
大丈夫。ちゃんと立てるよ。
Yes, I suppose we can. That's nice. Paused to take in the surroundings. The hilltop and the library had both vanished away. Is this the latest page of your book?
間違いないよ。すごいや、エマさんの魔法。
I really made this myself? It barely even felt real to me.
見て見て。ほら、あれが獅子座の星だよ。うわ、つかめちゃいそう。
Of course, watching Liam frolic about and try to grab the stars in his hands made me realize that, yes, it really was happening. I managed to weaken my magic and help Leon as well. I felt a surge of emotion so powerful, it rendered me speechless. A moment later, Leon turned to face me, a look of satisfaction on his face.
じゃあ、今度は僕の番だね。早速結末を考えなくちゃ。
So you're going to add something that comes after this scene?
一応僕が考えていたのは、ウサギのリオンは獅子座の星の一つとしていつまでも村を見守り続けました。そして物語は終わるんだ。
But it doesn't feel quite right yet.
何がどうってはっきり言え。
Leon cocked his head as he lapsed into thought. For his current plan, the protagonist will become a star in the Leo constellation, thus granting his dream of becoming a lion. It didn't strike me as a bad ending by any means, and yet I agreed with him, it just didn't feel quite right. I wonder why. As I thought through the ending, I turned my gaze to the constellation above us. It sat in the middle of the vast sea of the sky, shining no less brilliantly than all the stars around it. A brilliant, heroic lion gave off a sense of solitary strength. Solitary strength. Felt like I had grasped something, and quickly glanced around the area.
どうしたの？
Ian sounded confused, but I didn't have the time to explain myself to him. Can't let this sense slip away before I figure out what it is. The sky was like a deep blue ocean, studded with stars. It was perfectly vast, perfectly silent, and the gaps between the stars are truly as stark as the depths of the sea. That's why the stars seem so bright in contrast.
エマさん？
Hey, Leon, don't you think this world's a little lonely?
Eh?
The stars are beautiful, yes, but they're also all alone. Maybe it's strange for me to be acting like stars are people, but well, one of Leo's stars is supposed to be Leon the rabbit, right? His dream may have come true, but he'll still be by himself from now on. That seems a little sad. God gave him a duty to watch over his village. Of course, while that sounds like a very important task, I can't help but feel that God was being a little selfish by asking that of him.
寂しい。
Leon repeated my words thoroughly, mulling them over. Then glance around the area just like I had. A moment later, he seemed to have an idea and clapped his hands.
ねえ、こうしてみるのはどうかな。リオンは神様から与えられた仕事をした後、家族のところに帰ることになるんだ。
Oh, we have an ad break though, so I can take like a 3-minute break then. Yeah. BRB, we'll continue in 3 minutes. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Ad break is done, so yep.
でも帰るとしてもリオンは星になっているから、ちゃんと村を見守り続けたご褒美に神様が生まれ変わらせてくれるんだよ。そしてリオンは家族の元へ戻ってお話は終わる。
I think that's a wonderful idea. I'm sure the Leon in the story and his family will be all smiles from then on.
うん。今のエマさんみたいに。
Leon had found his ending, and I watched over him as he drew it on the spot.
できた!
And the moment Leon finished his drawing, our surroundings suddenly shifted, bringing to life the page that he had just drawn. Suddenly a constellation shined up in the sky, illuminating Leon's family as they waited for him to return to them. That light formed a path, a roadway by which Leon the rabbit would surely find his way home. Leon and I stood there taking in the scene.
ありがとう、エマさん。とっても素敵な終わりを迎えられたよ。
No, Leon, thank you. I'm overjoyed to see your story come to such a happy ending. It felt like we stood there from eternity, gazing out at the ending of this book together. I ended up returning home quite late, and yet the next morning I woke up feeling refreshed and ready to meet the new day once more. The morning passed by, and Leon and I ended up eating lunch together. Needless to say, our conversation revolved around the ending that Leon had settled on the night before.
レイブからの解放に間に合ってよかった。
Leon gazed at the cover of his picture book, which he brought along with him.
あとはこれをお母さんに見てもらえたらって思うけど。
I could tell by Leon's demeanor that he'd reached an acceptance of the fact that the other half of his dream would never come true, but I hadn't. I'll take it to her.
え？
Leon clearly couldn't believe his ears, but I carried on explaining myself further. I'll travel to the town Melissa lives in and show her your picture book.
いいの？
Yes, I'm sure the director will let me take some time off if I explain the circumstances to him.
でもお母さんは僕がもう死んでるって思ってるから。
I'll figure something out. That probably means I'll end up lying to her, of course. But even so, I want her to see your book. It's such a wonderful story. Not sharing it would be a
あり
waste.
がとう。それじゃあお願いします。
Leon offered his picture book to me. I accepted it, holding it as close and carefully as I could. I wonder what sort of face Melissa will make when she reads it. I went straight to the director, who gave me permission to be absent from the review for a few days. I explained that I'd begun to Madame Alice and Arnold as well. Though in their case, the story was that I was going to meet the picture book author who I admired. Arnold was worried about me traveling to Chelsea on my own and very nearly decided to accompany me all the way there. He couldn't just not show up to work though, and ended up researching Melissa's exact address for me instead. He even bought a train ticket for me. And so I found myself in the home that Leon grew up in. I showed up entirely unannounced, and yet Melissa welcomed me into her home without protest.
こんなに嬉しいことはないわ。あの子の友達がこうして訪ねてきてくれるなんて。
Melissa really was Leon's mother. I could see the resemblance in an instant. She served me a cup of tea and gave me a smile that instantly brought Leon's to mind. I in turn told her the story that I'd taken a great care to think up during my trip here, having ironed out all the details to make sure it comes across as natural. I happened to come across that newspaper article from 3 years ago the other day, and I realized it must have been talking about the Leon I knew. I know it must be a bummer to have me show up out of the blue after all this time, but I just couldn't bring myself to pass up the chance.
そんなわけないわ。こっちこそごめんなさい。あの子のこと連絡もできなくて。
Couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt as Melissa happily brought out sweets to accompany the tea she'd served me. Nevertheless, I forced myself to push through my guilt and, at Melissa's urging, began to tell her about my so-called childhood memories with Leon. I claimed that for a brief period of time I had been hospitalized in the room right next to his. We'd grown close to in short order, but I never saw him again after I was discharged. All that I knew about him for sure was that his name was Leon, and His mother was a picture book owner. Leon, meanwhile, hadn't known anything about me other than my name. Around the time I finished explaining that backstory, Melissa sighed deeply.
あの子ね、家と病院を往復するだけの生活をしていたから、友達なんてほとんどいなかったの。でもよかった。少しでもあなたのようなこと、楽しい時間を過ごせていたのね。
I took a sip of my tea, blocking Melissa's face from my view. It was all I could do to cope with the guilt I felt for lying to her. Then I set the cup down again, pulled the picture book out from my bag. Okay, how is this gonna go? The truth is, I came here today to give you this.
これは
It's a picture book that Leon gave to me. A pall fell over Melissa's expression the moment she heard the words picture
で
book.
もこれはスケッチブックに見えるわ。
It is, yes, because Leon drew it himself. It's the only copy of this book in the world.
あの子が
Did, yes. I adored it so much when he let me read it that when I was discharged, he gave it to me as a gift. That said, I don't think it belongs with me anymore. I want you to have it. Melissa reached out, her hands trembling, and accepted the book. She hesitated for a moment, then seemed to steel herself and opened it to its first page. Melissa read intently, focusing single-mindedly on the book. I just sat silently and watched over her. As she turned to the final page, her hand froze. Melissa's shoulders shuddered. I could tell she was trying not to cry.
ごめんなさい。少し
Melissa stood up and stepped out of the room without another word. When Melissa eventually returned, her eyes were bloodshot. The look on her face wasn't one of sadness, though everything she looked
ご
relieved.
めんなさい。あの子がこんなにも優しくて素敵な物語をと思ったらこらえられなくなってしまって。でも本当にリオンらしい。
Melissa muttered to herself, sounding truly moved by what she'd read.
あの子も戻ってきてくれたら。
Leon was still at the Riviera. He wasn't dead. He'd been reduced to his soul, yes, but he was still a part of this world. I wanted to tell her that, to arrange the two of them to meet. She and Leon want the same thing, but it just can't be.
ごめんなさい。バカなことを言ってしまって。あの子ね、星が大好きだったの。病室の窓から夜空を眺めて星の並びを組み合わせて獅子に見えるとかウサギに見えるってはしゃいでいた。
I watched the stars with him as well. We'd search for shooting stars together.
そう
Melissa set Leon's picture book down on the table, then pulled something from her pocket.
今これを取りに行っていたの。
He held the picture out to me. Oh. There he was, looking at the camera with that smile I knew so well. I'd only ever seen him wearing his costume or the Rivier's uniform, so it felt a little strange to see him dressed casually. There was no mistaking it. Though it was Leon.
私の絵本が出版された頃、記念にって写真を撮ったの。その時にリオンも撮ってもらったのよ。あの本はそもそもリオンのために書いたものだったの。だからあの子の姿も残しておきたかった。
You wrote it for him? I didn't know.
あの子ベッドから離れることも難しかったから、せめて楽しいお話で笑顔になってほしくて。だからあの子がいなくなって私は書くことができなくなってしまった。
Melissa's gaze stared at the picture of Leon for a moment, then returned to me.
絵本の代わりと言っては変だけれど、この写真受け取ってくれないかしら。
Huh? But this is your memento of him. I couldn't possibly take it.
それを言ったらこの絵本だって世界に一冊だけよ。
Melissa chuckled lightly, then stood up. She stepped around the table, knelt down beside me, and took my hand in hers.
きっとあなたは病院にいるあの子をたくさん笑顔にしてくれたのね。だからリオンもこの絵本をあなたに託したんでしょう。そんなあなただからこそ、いつまでもリオンのことを覚えていてほしいの。私の大切なあの子のことを。私にはない楽しい思い出と一緒に。
Don't have to worry about that. I'll never forget him, even after without his picture book.
でもね、形があるのとないのではやはり違う。それを私はリオンを亡くしてから。だからどうか受け取って。あの子のリオンのためにも。
Melissa's smile was gentle, but her grip on my hand was firm as could be. It was clear how determined she was about this. Can't imagine how painful it must be to find yourself forgetting things about him, little by little, and knowing that there's nothing you can do about it. I could tell how deeply she loved him. No, how deeply she still loves him. I understand. I'll keep it safe.
ありがとう、エマさん。
Melissa's smile was faint and fragile. It reminded me so much of Leon's. It brought a piercing pain to my heart. For a long time for me to catch a train back to Blackboard drew near. I said my goodbyes and left Leon's house. Melissa told me over and over that I could come back any time I pleased. She wasn't just being polite either. I could tell she meant it. I boarded the train and paused for a moment to gaze at the picture I'd received. The Leon in that picture was already gone. Leaving Melissa in a state of despair she still had yet to escape from. What if I lose him too? Just the thought made my heart feel like it had frozen solid. Don't want... Okay. And yet, releasing the review's findings would bring about that exact result. That's what he wants. He wants me to free everyone. I carefully stowed the picture away in my luggage, then closed my eyes and let the rocking of the train lull me to sleep. The day after I paid Melissa a visit, I called out to Leon a little while before the park was scheduled to open. I told him about how I'd given her his picture book. I explained that after reading it, she'd said it was kind, wonderful story, and she'd been moved to tears.
お母さんが僕のお話で。
Yes, she said it was just like you.
そっか。
Leon seemed a little dazed. I imagined he couldn't quite believe what he was hearing. He also showed him the picture that Melissa had given me, which made him let out a joyful yelp.
あ、これお母さんの本が出た時に撮った写真だ。懐かしいな。
Your mother gave it to me. She said she wanted me to have it.
お母さんから。
Melissa's still sad about losing you to this day. She said she wished you would come back to her just like Leon the rabbit returned to his family. She truly cares about you more than anything else in the world, I could tell. Once again, Leon quietly hung his head. I couldn't see his face through his costumes, but I could hear his sobs. He was crying. I think I understand. He was probably worried that she didn't care, that she didn't miss him at all.
戻れたら。
The words he squeezed out between his cells made my heart ache. I wanted to bring him and Melissa together. She loved him so deeply that I could never communicate her feelings for him through words alone. But there's nothing I can do. After I free him from the reprieve, it'll be too late. He spent a while longer standing there, sobbing quietly. Eventually, he seemed to collect himself.
ごめんなさい。こんなところで泣いたりなんてして。
It's alright, don't worry about it.
本当にありがとう。最後に夢が叶ってよかった。あとね、その写真は君が持っていてくれないかな。
Oh, okay. Choices, okay. Yeah, sure. I like that, yes. I like that, yes. I thought back to Melissa's words and agreed readily. I don't want to think about Leon going away forever, but Melissa entrusted this picture to me. I know how important the feelings it represents are. Leon fidgeted as he chuckled happily. What is it?
僕たちは同じ気持ちなんだなって思って。
Yes, we do. I'll take good care of it.
あ、そうだ。実は君にお願いしたいことがあるんだ。
You do? What is it?
前に絵本のマネージュの夢を貸してくれたでしょ。
Oh, that's right. We never returned to the director, did we?
獅子の星の参考にもしていたんだけど、もう完成したからヒューゴさんに返そうと思うんだ。
Alright then, I can take care of that. I was the one who borrowed it in the first place, after all.
お願い。僕からもお礼は言っておくね。じゃあ今から急いで取ってくれ。ちょっと待ってて。
Alright. I watched Leon dash out towards the tents, then took a moment to reflect on the past several days. If it hadn't been for that book, Leon would never have recovered his memories or made any of his dreams come true. We really do owe Monsieur Hugo our thanks. After the park had closed for the evening and I'd finished practicing my magic, I paid a visit to the director's tent with his copy of that book in hand. I paused, but no reply came. Oh. I called out once more, but again, to no avail. Maybe he's still walking around the park? I'd visited the administrative tent earlier, where Sergei had informed me that the director was out on patrol and would be returning to his tent after he finished. I might miss if I go out searching for him, so I suppose I'll just have to wait right here. With that decided, I found my gaze falling to the book in my hands. Suddenly, my mind drifted back to the moment I'd borrowed it.
他にも必要な本があれば貸すから遠慮なく言ってほしい。魔法の覚醒に役立つ本もあるかもしれない。魔法に関する本なら何でも。いわゆる禁書と呼ばれるものもあるよ。
What sort of spells would be kept in the Forbidden Tome? Surely the type could twist the laws of nature to the user's will. I could say a spell that could bring the dead back to life, but turn around and look at the flap of the director's tent. I could just barely see inside through the gap between the and the tent. I turned away and looked around the area once more. There was still no sign of the director nearby. Oh, okay, I then. I said a quick silent apology for what I was about to do, then stepped into the tent. Fortunately, the inside of the tent was already well lit. Oh boy. I quickly stepped over to the bookshelves, set the book down on a nearby desk, then restlessly scanned the remaining volumes. My gaze fell upon a single particularly weathered tome. Compared to the other books around it, it was conspicuously lavishly decorated. Pulled it off the shelf and gazed at its cover. It was worn out in a way that gave me the feeling it had passed through many, many hands before finding its way to me. When I opened it up, a pungent, musty odor assaulted my nose. Apparently it hadn't been read in some time. I guess it looks like it's locked, but okay. I flipped through the tome, carefully scanning each page in sequence. It seemed to be a collection of ancient magical texts, each translated into the modern tongue. Thankfully, that meant I could read them. Less fortunate, however, was the fact that that as I turned page after page, no spell that could help Leon presented themselves to me. No sooner had I begun to give up hope than my eyes fell upon a set of words. The Rite of Resurrection. Oh god. I began reading feverishly, hungrily scanning the translated text. Uh-oh. I'm certain now. This could save Leon if I can just perfect my control of my magic. Then surely...
Ah, Emma だったのか.
Suddenly a voice snapped me out of my stupor. I shot to my feet, and in my haste the tome slipped from my hands.
いや、謝ることはないよ。こちらこそ随分驚かせてしまったね。
The director squatted down to pick up the book before I could calm down enough to do it myself.
それと、待たせてしまってごめん。見回りをして、そのままここに向かうつもりだったんだけど、セルジュに伝え忘れたことがあって、一度執務テントに戻ったんだよ。そこで君が俺を探してテントに向かったと聞いたから、急いでここまで来たんだ。
I'm sorry, I should have trespassed or touched your books without asking.
いや、この時間にテントの外で待たせる方が心配だから、中にいてくれてよかった。
He was a gentleman to the bitter end, which made me feel all the more guilty for what I'd done. As if to change the subject, I picked up his copy of this book and held it out to him. I came to return this to you. Thank you again for letting me borrow it.
ああ、そうだったんだ。
Really, thank you so much. I wouldn't have been able to do anything at all for Leon if it weren't for you. The director accepted the book, then gave me a playful wink. Okay.
君のお役に立てて光栄だ。それと、本も好きに読んでくれて構わない。前にも言ったけれど、何か気になる本があれば貸して。
In that case, may I please borrow that one? Glanced at the weathered tome that he was still holding.
これを?
The director gestured to the tome, then shrugged.
これの内容はあまり信憑性がないんだ。だから正直おすすめできないよ。
That's perfectly fine. I have a feeling it will interest me anyway. Press further and director for this pro.
死者蘇生の魔法かな。
He knew. I could suppress a twitch of surprise and the director sighed.
やはりか。
Please, if there's any chance I could save Leon, I want to at least try it. Just because the book lacks credibility doesn't mean that everything in it's sure to be made up, does it? I refused to give up. I was desperate. Finally found something that could save him. I can't let myself be talked out of it that easily.
仕方ない。
I mean, I leaned forward, hoping he would lend it to me, but the director shook his head.
このまま断ったら、君は納得しないだろう
His gaze dropped the cover of the tome.
この本は、かつて試みられた様々な魔法の研究を記録したものだと言われている。
It's a record book?
俺がこれを手に入れたのは、霊部にかけられた魔法。魂を縛る魔法が他に存在するのかを調べるためだった。残念ながら、そんな記録はなかったんだけどね。
The director closed his eyes, then let out a long, heavy sigh. Finally, he opened them once more and looked at me.
いいかい。多くの人が勘違いしているけれど、魔法は奇跡ではないんだ。死んだものを生き返らせるなんてことができるはずもない。しかし、そう分かっていても、昔から多くの魔女が死者の蘇生を試みた。ありえない奇跡を起こすために、ただ魔法を行使するのではなく、それを補助する様々な手法を考案したんだ。その一つが、ここに載っているというわけだね。
So then, if we carry the ritual out, would it really... I pleaded Hugo to give me the answer I so desperately hoped for. He, however, simply opened the book. Needless to say, he turned to the page that the rite of resurrection was written on.
この魔法を試すとしても問題がある。まず蘇生したい人の遺体が必要だ。その遺体を媒介にして蘇らせるからね。
What? Yeah, I reread the ritual and found that he was right. It was right there, written in unambiguous terms. So we need Leon's.
埋葬されている遺体を掘り起こすかい？リオンの両親にどう説明する？もちろん勝手になんてもってのほかだ。
Yeah, he's right. I could never tell Melissa that I wanted to dig up Leon's grave to cast a spell on him. I was just about ready to give up hope, but then I read further and noticed a note that had been added to the spell. If a corpse cannot be procured, the picture of the deceased may serve as an acceptable substitute. Okay. I have the picture that Melissa gave me. I might be able to use it as a catalyst and try to carry out the rite. Look at this note, Monsieur Hugo. As it so happens, I have a picture of Leon. I'm sure I'd be able to make the ritual work if I use it. Oh god. A look of sadness came across the director's face. He pointed toward another line in the page. The rite of resurrection shall claim the memories of its caster in compensation. Ah. It claims memories?
見ての通りだ。この魔法を使えば、君は記憶を失う。
My thoughts drifted to 7 years beforehand. Back then, I'd lost my memories, but that hadn't been the end for me. I still managed to make it this far. That was thanks to the Vincents, of course. To Arnold and Madame Alice. I knew that very well. If I were to lose my memories again, there was no guarantee that I would once again be taken in by people as kind and welcoming as they are. But if that's all it would take to save Leon, I would gladly offer up my memories.
それは本気かい？
An abrupt shift came about in the director's demeanor. I didn't believe I'd angered him, but his tone was so harsh that for a moment I thought otherwise.
君は魔法を甘く見ている。事故で記憶を失うのとはわけが違う。しかも死者蘇生という奇跡に等しい魔法の代償なんだ。奪われるのが記憶だけだとしても、7年前と同じ程度で済むとは思わない方がいい。記憶どころか、人間としての何もかもを奪われて、生きた人形のようになってしまってもおかしくない。最悪の場合、記憶というのは比喩で、術者の命と引き換えに生き返らせるのかもしれない。何にせよ、この魔法を使えば、君は君ではなくなってしまうだろう。
The director's words were harsh, cruel, and impossible for me to accept. I simply stood there, staring blankly at him. He, however, spared me no mercy.
こういう言い方はしたくないが、そうなれば霊部解放も叶わないことになるんだ。
If I attempt to write the resurrection and lose myself in the process, then everyone would end up trapped here forever as a result. Would I use the right to save Leon, or dispel the replaced findings to save everyone else? It was a decision I would have to make. I couldn't do both.
そして、何より。
The director added one final point, his tone weighty and grave.
よく考えてほしい。君を犠牲にして生き返ることを、果たしてリオンは喜ぶのかな。
There was nothing I could say to him. I simply stood there petrified as the director silently closed his eyes.
できれば、このことは教えたくなかった。すまない。俺は、君にひどいことばかりしているね。
Well, we're on the last chapter, so here we go. I made my way home from the review and shut myself up in my room. The only way I could possibly save Leon is by using the rite of resurrection. In exchange, though, I'll lose my memories at best. In the worst case, I might even lose my life. I might cease to be myself, and if I do, I'll never be able to release the review's bindings.
僕のためにヒューゴさんたちが笑顔になれないのは悲しいから。
I'll be right back. I need to do something real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Okay. It would mean betraying the wishes of everyone in the Rivier and Leon himself as well. And yet, girl, do you
あ
really?
の子も戻ってきてくれたら。
戻れたらいいのにな。
Leon wanted to see his mother. He wanted to live. And I knew that Melissa felt the same way. I was the only one who could grant their wishes. But I'd have to give up on so much in exchange. Far too much. What if Leon does come back? And what if Leon does come back to life? How would he feel about me having broken our promise? If I don't undo the replace magic, then nothing will change. Everyone will stay exactly as they are now. Oh wait, me. I think I forgot something. I think I forgot something. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Had to double check some stuff. At that point, I was too tired to even think. My body felt dull and heavy as I collapsed into bed. Closed my eyes, but I knew I wouldn't be sleeping anytime soon. Just as expected, I barely got a wink of sleep in the end. Oh, still gotta practice magic, okay. Minigame.
じゃあ始めよう。
Oh. Uh-oh.
わわ、よそ見したら危ないよ。僕がついているからね。すごい上手だね。君はすごいな。僕尊敬するよ。
After I finished, I headed to the administrative tent to ask what I'd be doing today. I just wanted to keep busy, really. I knew that if I let myself stand around idly, I'd end up thinking about the rite of resurrection again. Good morning. I greeted everyone as I stepped inside. And I do mean everyone. No staff was present, including Lucille. Instantly, the time Melissa's letter had arrived sprang to mind and put me on edge. The director beckoned me toward him.
君で全員揃ったからね。今から話すところだよ。
At the director's urging, I stood beside him and faced the rest of the review staff.
話というのは、エマの魔法の覚醒についてだ。と言っても、俺は見ることができないから、ルシオールに確認してもらったんだけどね。
The director gave Lucille a look. Lucille seemed irritated to be called upon to speak, but he played along anyway.
このまま覚醒が進めば1週間ほどで霊部を解放できるようになりますね。
というわけで、1週間後に霊部からの解放を行おうと思う。
The director's declaration left the tent in a state of silence. It was an oppressive silence that I hesitated to even breathe for fear of breaking it. I had to wonder, what was everyone thinking? Judging by their expressions, their feelings on the matter were complicated. Well, except for Leon's, of course. His face was hidden by his costume, so I had no idea what sort of expression he was making.
なんつうか、随分と急だな。もう少し慎重にやるのかと思ったんだけど。
問題はないだろう。1週間あれば、それぞれ準備もできるはずだ。
ヒューゴが言うのなら、私は従おう。
Everyone else seemed on board with Sergei's decision.
いいかな？
Alright, I understand. I'll keep working on my magic as always. I agreed in the moment, but what Kyrie had said about all this being sudden was bothering me. I know why this is happening now. The director wants me to free them from the refugee before I have the chance to try the rite of resurrection. That's why he's in a hurry. Considering everyone's freedom was his priority, it seemed like a natural decision to make. Then, what about yesterday?
すまない。俺は君にひどいことばかりしているね。
Maybe he's trying to relieve me of my doubts. The director ordered me to free everyone from the refugee. He had no choice. Perhaps his goal was to let me use that logic as an excuse. Though I knew that interpretation was perhaps a little too optimistic on my part. After the director finished his announcement, Sergei gave me my assignment for the day, and I left the tent. A moment later, Leon burst out from the tent as well. He frantically ran after me.
待って、エマさん。大丈夫？
Why would I be?
さっきヒューゴさんの話の最中、怖い顔をしていたから心配で。何かあったの？
There was no way I could tell him about the rite of resurrection.
エマさん？
It's just that the thought of everyone finally being freed from this place has me feeling a little conflicted, that's all. I wasn't telling him the whole truth, but I wasn't lying either. I didn't think Leon would question my answer further. As I expected, he seemed to accept the explanation and nodded.
そうだよね。解放したらレイブはなくなって、みんなとはお別れになるんだもんね。僕もそう思ったら胸が苦しくなってきちゃったんだ。
Hearing those words come from Leon's mouth made the chill race down my spine.
君にそんな顔させるつもりはなかったんだ。
Ian gave me an apologetic nod, then spoke up again in a brighter, cheerful voice.
でもまだ1週間あるんだから、悲しんでばっかりじゃもったいないよね。今夜またいつもの場所に来ない？エマさんとお話ししたいことがたくさんあるんだ。
We only have 1 week left. Leon, that's already set in stone. He had accepted the fact that he would be freed, that he would be lost. He was considering what he would do with the time that remained to him in exceedingly practical, realistic terms. And he's trying to use that 1 week he has left for my sake. Alright then. Leon's strength, his compassion and kindness was like a balm that soothed the doubts that had tormented me. After the park closed, I made my way to the Hilltop Library. Once again, Leon and I whiled away the evening, stargazing and reading books together. There was nothing remarkable about what we were doing, but just being with him set my heart at ease. Even when, however, the rite of resurrection remained persistently stuck in a corner of my mind.
ねえ、どうしたの？本読んでないみたい。
Oh. Before I knew it, my gaze had drifted from the book in my hands to the night sky above us. It's nothing, really. I was just lost in thought.
僕もね、ヒューゴさんの話の後から考え事ばかりしてるんだ。
Ian shut his book and looked up at the sky as well.
今はね、君の隣に腰掛けて星を眺めたり本を読んだりできて幸せだなと思うし、心から楽しいから笑顔でいられるんだ。けど一人になるとどうしてもみんなとも君とももう会えなくなるんだなって考えちゃう。
The look on Leon's face was calm and peaceful, but that just made it all the more painful to see.
他のみんなのように生死をさまよう存在だったらまだ会える希望はある。でも僕は死んでいるから。それは分かってるのに、霊部から解放された後も生きてエマさんの隣で笑っていたかったなって考えちゃうんだ。
Leon turned his gaze from the starry sky to me, looking me straight in the eye. Nothing about him had changed. Somehow that tiny movement gave him a completely different aura, one unlike anything I'd felt from him before. His gaze so pure and earnest, it seemed terribly fragile, also carried a gentle strength that told me he wasn't afraid of being hurt. Like the gaze of a heroic lion. Couldn't tear my eyes away from him. A moment later, Leon spoke.
僕エマ
Well,
さ
that
んが
was
好
out
き
of
だよ。
nowhere. Okay. One look at Leon's eyes was enough to tell me what sort of love he was referring to. Right afterward, however, his expression shifted to one that came across as more apologetic than anything.
きっと言わない方がいいってずっと考えていたんだ。死んでいる僕から告白されても君が困るだけだからって。でもどうしても抑えきれなくて、気持ちを伝えずに君の前からいなくなるのは嫌だったから言っちゃった。
I felt a pain in my chest. It wasn't a clenching sort of pain, though. It radiated from deep within me, threatening to tear me apart at the seams. It was too much. I clenched my eyes shut as tears streamed from my eyes. I didn't want him to see me cry, but I also couldn't stop. I turned my gaze downward, hoping he wouldn't notice.
ごめんなさい。やっぱり迷惑だったよね。本当にごめんなさい。
Leon sounded thoroughly shaken by my display, and I frantically shook my head. That's not it. You don't understand, Leon. These aren't the sort of tears you think they are. I had to tell him the truth, what my reaction really meant. I looked up once more. Leon's flustered, panicky face was distorted by the tears in my eyes. I blinked, brushing them away, and his image was clear again. At the same moment, my feelings revealed themselves as well. They spread through me in an instant, filling me to the brim. Leon's eyes widened for just a moment. Aw.
好きだよエマさん大好きだよ本当に大好きなんだエマさんが大好き
He said the same words over and over and over again, as if no number of repetitions could truly do his feelings justice. I felt the same way. I returned his embrace, clutching him tightly to my chest. Leon squeezed harder for just a moment, then pulled away slightly. The sensation of his lips again was gentle and warm. It wasn't like how he'd hugged me before. This time he seemed careful and timid, as if he was afraid to touch me. But when he pulled away, only to kiss me once more a moment later. I felt his passion clearly, his burning desire to prove to me how much he loved me. He pulled back, then leaned in and kissed me again. Oh no, okay.
ねえエマさん残り1週間僕と恋人同士として過ごしてくれる
I wasn't sure how much time had passed. We spent what felt like an eternity basking in each other's warmth. And in the end, I found myself sitting side by side with Leon on the ground. Sitting together was normal by now, but the fact that he was holding my hand was new. It was proof that our feelings had gotten through to each other. I silently gazed up at the stars. On the one hand, I couldn't imagine myself being any happier, but on the other, I was filled with remorse. Deep down, Leon wants to live. He isn't resigned resigned at all. Just never knew. No, I just never noticed. If that's what he truly wants, I want to make it happen. I have the power to do so. Oh boy. And yet...
レイブから解放された後も生きてエマさんの隣で笑っていたかったなって考えちゃうんだ
It was the reason that Leon wanted to live on. But if I used to write a resurrection, it would involve sacrificing myself. And would everyone else in the river even accept Leon after I threw away their one chance at freedom?
どうしたのエマさん
It seemed I'd been squeezing Leon's hand lightly without even realizing it. He squeezed mine back as he peered at my face. It's nothing. Of course, a smile, not wanting to make him worry, but he didn't didn't seem very convinced. Leon's expression grew just a little gloomy. Leaned forward, wrapping his arms around me once more.
明日からはエマさんをずっと笑顔にしてみせるからね。
Hey Spencer, thanks for the hydrate. And the headpats. Yep, and the stretch. Thanks. Yeah, hey Spencer. Around the last chapter. Oh, it was a great adventure. I mean, last chapter. Well, we almost done. Also, a lot of angst at the moment. Damn. Finish up my morning work, then went to get lunch with Leon in Dining. We just finished our main courses, and our empty plates had drifted away from the table on their own as always. Dessert came wafting and soon after, gently touching down in front of each of us. My dessert that day was blancmange, topped with strawberry jam. Leon had blancmange as well, though his was topped with chocolate sauce.
Mm, 本当だね。お腹いっぱいになったはずなのに、これならいくらでも食べられちゃいそうだよ。
Picked up the spoon that had floated in alongside the plate and took a bite. The refreshing tartness of strawberry jam spread through my mouth, and accompanied by the subtle almond flavor of the blancmange. I have no idea what that is, but
濃厚だ。
okay.
甘くて美味しいな。
Leon was clearly in a fabulous mood. He took a second bite and turned just as quickly.
でもちょっとチョコの味が強いかも。
Oh, is it?
食べてみる？
Leon scooped up a spoonful of blancmange and held it up to my mouth. Does he? I should eat it just like that. That's certainly embarrassing, but I suppose it might be normal when you're in a relationship. But that thought, of course, set my heart pounding in an instant. Oh, okay. Alright then, thank you. I was embarrassed, yes, but I didn't want to turn down an honest act of goodwill from him.
あ、ちょっと待って。
Oh. But then, for some reason, Leon pulled his spoon back. What is it?
せっかくだからもっとたっぷりにするよ。
Leon skipped an even larger mouthful of blancmange, then held his spoon out once more. Oh, Leon, I don't think that much would even fit in my mouth.
そうだね。たくさん食べてほしくって。
Leon chuckled like an innocent child, melting my heart in the process. Okay.
これくらいならいいかな。
Chocolate sauce melded with the strawberry flavor that still lingered in my mouth. The complex and appealing combination of both of their best traits. I see what you mean. Yes, it really is rich. It's delicious in its own right, though.
気に入ってくれてよかった。じゃあ今度はエマさんのを食べさせてほしいな。
あ、
いちごもすごく美味しそうだから。
Okay then. I did as he asked, scooping up a spoonful of my own blancmange and holding it out toward Leon. Leon popped the spoon into his mouth. A moment later, I heard him let out a breath and pulled it back in response. The bite of blancmange, of course, had vanished.
美味しいな。もっと食べたくなっちゃうけど、君の分がなくなっちゃうもんね。
んじゃあ交換すればいいじゃねえか。なんでわざわざ食べさせ合うんだよ。
Wait, he was here? I didn't even know. Oh my god. Man has been third wheeling the whole time, damn. A rather exasperated voice rang out from across the table. He was seeing all of that happen in front of him.
クリエさん、あれ、いたんだ。
いたよ、さっきからずーっとな。
ちなみに私とセルジュさんもいるわよ。
Wait, they've been here. I hadn't noticed three of them step into the dining tent at all. The moment I realized they'd been watching us, it felt like my cheeks had suddenly caught fire.
何を今さら照れてんだよ。
Well, of course I am.
その様子では褒められた行為ではないという自覚はあるようだな。人前で恥ずかしくないのか。
I didn't even know they were here.
セルジュさんと意見が合うのは尺だけど、俺もそう思うぜ。ここいつ誰が来てもおかしくないってのに。
The two of them were completely merciless. There wasn't anything I could say to defend myself, so I just shrunk into my chair and tried to look remorseful.
ダメだったの？
私はダメじゃないと思うわよ。二人のやりとりが面白いし、仲がいいのはいいことだもの。
いや、程度ってのがあんだろ。
それに人に食べさせてもらうなど効率的ではない。
はは
あらら、効率なんてセルジュさんらしい言い方ですね。でも実はセルジュさんもあーんしてほしいんじゃないですか。
Why would you say that, Clara? Are you trying to make him upset? I see. Yeah. Much to my surprise, Sergei did nothing of the sort. Even more surprising, the faintest tinge of red began to color his cheeks. This was unprecedented.
何を言っているのか。バカバカしい。
Okay.
おっと、セルジュさん、鏡見るか？
結構だ。
Nope, okay. Sergei supplemented his blunt refusal with an extremely pointed glare. Greer flinched.
調子に乗るからよ。
うるせえ。いや、そんなことよりだ。
Clara's teasing was too much for Courier to handle, so he tried to steer the conversation's focus back toward me and Leon instead.
お前たち、ラブラブしすぎじゃねえの？付き合ってるわけじゃないんだし。
確かにやりすぎだな。万が一客に見られたらスタッフが不真面目だと取られレイブの印象が悪くなる可能性もある。
ちょっと待って、まさか気づいてないの？
Oh my god. In an instant, Clara's focus shifted to Courier and Sergei. She gave them both an exasperated, bewildered stare.
気づいてない。
Sergei and Courier clearly had no clue what she was talking about. Clara heaved an exasperated sigh.
あのね、付き合ってるのよ、エマとリオンは。
は？
I didn't even realize. Okay.
そうよね、二人とも。
Yeah, I guess. Guess they are. Clara seemed to have seen right through us. She sounded cheerful, while Curie's strangled gasp was downright hysterical. Sergei, meanwhile, was busy staring a hole in us. Leon and I paused for a moment to take in their reactions, gave each other a look and nodded. Well, yes.
そうなんだ。
マジかよ。
全く気づかなかった。
そんな風だからクリエはダメなのよ。セルジュさんもクリエと同じレベルになりたくないのならもっと修行が必要ですよ。
どういう意味だよ、クララ。
自分で考えないとますますダメになるわよ。
have the strangest feeling. I've seen them have a conversation just like this before. Clara and Cray were just such a perfect match. I couldn't help but let out a chuckle. For just a moment, it felt like Clara was giving me a pointed look. Clara?
Nani?
When I tried to ask her what was going on, though, she replied instantly in her usual cheerful tone. Actually, nothing. Never mind. Was I just imagining it? Something about her felt different for a moment, though. Though I can't quite explain why. Oh. Leah and I finished lunch, then split up to get back to work. After doing a patrol around the park, I decided to take a moment to rest at the pavilion.
Emma!
Oh.
休憩でしょ？私もなの。ちょうどよかった。あなたと話がしたくて。
Of course, yeah. Tara plopped down on the bench beside me. So, what did you want to talk about? Suddenly, Clara's attitudes seemed to shift. Her usual bubbly persona vanished, replaced by something a little more serious.
私ね、ずっとエマにお礼を言いたかったの。
Huh?
そんなに不思議そうにしないでよ。もちろん、レイブから私たちを解放してくれるお礼よ。あなたがここに来てくれなかったら、ずっと同じ日々が繰り返されていただけだった。でも、やっとそれが終わる。ここに囚われている人たちは、あなたのおかげで自由になれるんだから。でも、ごめんね。せっかく仲良くなったのに、あなたを一人にしちゃうかもしれない。
Also we have an ad break, so I'll take like 3 minutes of a break while the ad break is going, so I'll be right back. I'll be right back and hydrate real quick and get more. Okay. And break done. Uh,
私やレイブにいるみんなは元の体に戻っていくんだから。だからあなたを一人にしちゃうなって。私も必ず目覚めるって保証はないみたいだけど。
Look at Bunny's crossed Clara's face, but it didn't last long. She was smiling again before I knew it.
ちゃんと目覚めたら会いに来るから。私のこと忘れたりしないでね。
Of course not. How could I? I'll be waiting for you, so you have to come visit as soon as possible.
ありがとう。でもリオンにはもう二度と会えないんだよね。それなのに
Here we go
恋人
again.
同士になって辛くない？
Just like that, Clara's smile vanished. She gave me the most serious look I'd ever seen from her.
さっきね、二人を見ていて本当に幸せそうだなって思ったの。でもやっぱり二人の問題で余計なお世話だけど。
No, see? Of course you're not.
余計よ。二人で選んだ道に部外者の私が口を挟むんだから。
Leon had accepted the fact that he was going to vanish. He decided to wish everyone in the refugee a safe journey and see them off with a smile. That's why we decided to spend at least one final week together. Yet,
レイブから解放された後も生きてエマさんの隣で笑っていたかったなって考えちゃうんだ。
deep down, Leon still wished he could live. But how though? And what about me? I wanted to grant all of Leon's wishes. I wanted to make him smile. But then what on earth should I do?
僕のお願いはエマさんが笑顔でいられますように。だから
What can I do? I don't know. My doubts weighed down upon me, stacking on top of each other, one after another, until the heaviness of my concern felt like they might crush me.
どうしたのエマ？
The pain in my chest was so great I couldn't bear it. I felt the tears begin to drip down my face before I even realized I was crying. Without saying a word, Clara wrapped her arms around me. Felt like she was protecting me, like she'd hidden me away from anything and everything that could hurt me. Found myself clinging to her.
そうだよね。恋人同士だもんね。なのにあなたはあなた自身の手でレイブから解放してリオンとお別れしなくちゃいけないんだよね。そんなの受け入れられなくて当然よ。
Tried to reply, but I just couldn't anymore. If I forced myself to speak, it would come out as a sob. I just nodded instead. Clara laid a hand on my head and gently stroked my hair.
ヒューゴさんはもう決めてしまったみたいだけれど、私あなたにこんな思いをさせてまでレイブから解放してもらうべきなのかわからなくなってきた。今のままでも私は。
あれクララさん？
Uh-oh. Suddenly, I heard Leon's voice. I almost panicked, but Clara tightened her grip even further, hiding my face from him.
あれエマさん？どうしたの？
なんでもないわ。もうすぐお別れだねって話をしてたらエマ泣き出しちゃって。
大丈夫？
もうリオンもクリエと同じでまだまだね。今は女の子同士の大切な時間なの。ここは恋人といえども譲らないわよ。
Girl, stop.
そうなの？わかった。ごめんなさい。
Heard the sound of Leon's costume-clad footsteps fade away into the distance. Even then, Clara didn't release me. He held me close until I finally managed to calm down again. After dinner, I retired to my room to take a much-needed rest. Our encounter in the pavilion had left Leon rather concerned about me, but thankfully he accepted the story that I was just sad to say goodbye to Clara. He and Clara are both always looking out for me, aren't they?
エマ、俺だ。少し話がしたいんだけど。
あ。あ、
それはこっちのセリフだ。
あ、
お前、また何か抱え込んだのか？何日か前から食事の時も上の空になってる。
あ、
こうして聞くのはおせっかいだろうけど、こうも立て続けに塞ぎ込まれてたら、さすがに黙っていられないんだ。お前が謝る必要はないだろう。
Arnold laid a hand on my head just like Clara had earlier that same day.
何か俺にできることはないか？前に絵本作家のことを調べたみたいに。
No, probably not this time.
そうか。
Arnold gave my head a pat.
なあ、お前が悩んでいることって俺には話せないのか？ただ抱え込むのは良くないぞ。誰かに話を聞いてもらうだけでも気が楽になることだってある。何でも話してくれ。どんなことでもいいから。
Arnold's always been here for me for the past 7 years. He's always been by my side. Hey, Arnold, can I ask you something hypothetical?
なんだ？
What would you do if I lost my memories again? Arnold's eyes widened. I felt comforting weight vanish from my head, and he must have pulled his head back in shock.
なんだよそれ。どういう意味だ？
Color drained from Arnold's face. He gulped fearfully, his expression grim.
まさかお前、何か危険なことに巻き込まれたのか？
No, not at all. Like I said, it's just hypothetical.
何の例えか知らないけど、俺の答えは決まってる。俺はお前が何度記憶を失っても、その度にそばにいてやるよ。それも例えか？じゃあ、お前がお前じゃなくなっても、何もできない人形のようになってしまっても、そばにいる。それで俺は幸せだから。当たり前だろ。俺は大切な人にはどんな形でもそばにいてほしいし、そばにいたい。ああ、どんな形でもいい。失ってしまうよりはずっとマシだ。
To be with the people you love, no matter what form that takes. Not like that. I want to be with Leon no matter how or in what form it happens. But does Leon feel the same way? Oh boy. Arnold told me one last time that he'd always be there if I needed someone to talk to. Then returned to his own room. After he left, I went over to my dresser and wound up my Manage music box. As this familiar melody filled the room, I opened the window and looked up at the sky. The stars were pretty from here, but compared to the view from the hilltop library, they look downright sad. They still shine as brightly as they could, though, doing their best to rival the city's light. Ian must have looked out through his window like this when he was little too. He probably gazed up at the stars searching for an atoll to lie on that could be his and his alone. Oh boy. I knew I was being selfish. I was being just as high-handed and self-centered as God when they turned me on the rabbit into a star. Still, I want to be with him, no matter what form that takes. Oh boy. I wrote a letter apology to the director. In it, I also made a request in the event I was still alive after performing the rite of resurrection. I asked him to force me to use magic to free him and the others from the refuge, even if I'd lost all of my memories. I'm sure he won't, though. He's far too kind to do such a thing. I knew I was just making excuses and nothing more. Nevertheless, I still felt a need to write it. Night finally arrived. That evening, I could carry out the rite of resurrection. Before I began, however, I invited Leon to go on a walk through the park with me. I wanted to see all the sights I'd grown so used to since we met. To burn the place where we'd spent so much time together into memory, even if I would lose it all only a few hours later.
じゃあ、行こう。
Leon held out a hand to me. I blinked, confused, and he chuckled.
手をつなごうよ。僕たち、恋人同士なんだから。もうすぐ、ここともお別れなのか。
Ian spoke softly, his voice full of emotion. That's an understatement in my case. I'm going to forget everything this very night. As longing and reluctance welled up within me, my pace began to slow. Ian, however, gently pulled me along by the hand and looked up at him in surprise. He looked back, cocked his head, and smiled at me. There was no way he could have known what I was planning to do later that very night. So the fact that he was looking out for me made me happier than anything.
ねえ、エマさん。一緒にあれに乗った時、僕、秘密を知られちゃったよね。
That's right, yes. It felt like it had happened an eternity ago, but really I knew it hadn't been that long at all. That, I suppose, was a sign of just how important the time I'd spent with Leon was to me.
あの時はすごく焦ったけど、今はエマさんに知られてよかったって思うんだ。おかげで君と幸せな時間を過ごせてきたし、恋人同士にまでなれちゃった。ありがとう、エマさん。僕のことを受け入れてくれて。
Why would he say that? It's almost like he's saying goodbye.
あのね、エマさん、僕、君に辛い思いをさせちゃったし、この後もさせてしまうと思うんだ。
Leon paused, then looked me squarely in the eye.
僕と出会ったこと、後悔してない？
Oh. Of course I don't. The look in Leon's eyes told me he wasn't going to run away from the truth. Didn't want excuses or platitude. He wanted to know how I truly felt, and that's exactly what I told him.
そっか。よかった。もし君に会えてなかったら、僕、きっと何も知らないままだった。今思うとね。それでいいって諦めてたんだ。僕自身がそのことに気がついてもなかったと思う。君に会う前の僕は、誰にも必要とされてなかった。それは、世界が止まってしまっているのと同じで。でも、君に会えてたくさんのことを知って、僕の世界はもう一度動き出したんだ。そのことは嬉しかったよ。でも次第に君を犠牲にしているのかもしれないって思い始めて。
No, Leon, that's not true. Even if I were to forget all about you, I believe that I'd fall in love with you all over again.
忘れても
I brought the idea of a propose of nothing. It was only natural he'd be confused.
もしかして生まれ変わってもってこと？
Leon, however, came up with an explanation that satisfied him. He answered with a bashful smile.
僕だって何度でもエマさんのことを好きになるよ。
It's getting late. I should go home. Thank you for walking with me, Leon.
うんうん。そんな。こっちこそ。じゃあ、門まで送っていくよ。
Oh, that's fine. I'll see you tomorrow.
うん。それじゃあ、また。
Before he had time to say another word, I turned my back to him and set off for the front gate. I walked for some time until I could no longer feel his gaze as he watched me leave. Turned around to find him gone. Probably returned to his tent. Oh boy. Oh. I stuck to the shadows of the park's attractions, careful to avoid being seen as I snuck my way into the director's tent. She's still gonna do it, yeah. I approached his bookshelf and pulled out a grimoire with the Rite of Resurrection written in it. Sorry for taking this without asking, Monsieur Hugo. I murmured a silent apology, bowing to the empty air. Then I left the letter I'd written on his table and hurried out to the tent. Okay. This work was done with, and I just returned to my tent after finishing my final patrol. The moment I stepped inside, I noticed the letter on my table. Picked it up and found it was addressed to me from Emma. Instantly, a terrible premonition sprang to mind. I spawned to look at my bookcase.
やはりか。
Oh boy. A volume was conspicuously missing from my shelf. The tome containing the Rite of Resurrection had vanished. Didn't even need to read her letter. Already knew that Emma planned to carry out the rite. Spun around and headed straight for the entryway, ready to run out and search for her.
おっと、すまない。
As I was about to push through the flap, however, I nearly ran straight into
リオ
Leon.
ンか。どうしたんだ。
Leon seemed hesitant and took a step backward. He must have picked up on my lack of composure.
いえ、お話があってきたんですけど、忙しいなら。
もしかしてエマのことか。
あ、はい、そうです。さっきまで一緒にいたんですけど、なんだか様子がおか
Hey,
しくて。
Shizu. That cleared up what few doubts I had left, Emma intended to perform the rite of resurrection. She may well have already started.
すぐに彼女を探すんだ。
Oh, thanks for the alert, Shizu.
彼女は死者蘇生を行うつもりだ。取り返しのつかないことになる前に。
Oh boy. Reviews. Manage lay still in the darkness as if slumbering up after a long day of hard work. Stood before it and opened the grimoire. I decided to carry out the rite of resurrection here because this was where I'd managed to use my magic for the first time. Back when I'd helped restore the Manage to working order. If this goes as well as it did back then, I'll be able to bring Leon back to life. Gaze once more on this picture. And I got to work following the tome's instructions to the letter. As soon as the director finished explaining what was going on, I sprinted off at top speed.
エマさん、
The director was right behind me. Together, we dashed through the park in search of Emma. Finally, I sighted a figure standing in front of the Menage. I shouted with all my might.
待って、エマさん。
Startled by my cry, Emma turned to look at us. I noticed something in her hand.
リオンの写真だ。あれを媒介に魔法を発動しようとしているんだ。
お母さんがエマさんに託したもの。
やめるんだ、エマ。危険すぎる。
The director shouted as the two of us ran toward her at full speed. But the next thing I knew, a gale so strong it felt like it might blow me off my feet slammed into us. Managed to dig in my heels and stand my ground, but couldn't take a single step further, just opening my eyes for a challenge. Whirlwind had formed in the spot Emma had stood was its epicenter.
これが。
いや違う。彼女の魔力が暴走しているんだ。
じゃあ、あの中に。
I squinted, focusing as hard as I could, and managed to just barely make out Emma. Still standing in the eye of the storm. As if to reject me, its winds blew harder than ever. I could hear the Menage itself begin to creak and strain under the force of its winds.
なんだこれ。
魔力が荒れ狂っている。これはまさ。
The rest of the review staff began to notice the commotion and came running from their tents.
エマの魔力が暴走してしまったんだ。
エマが？じゃあ早く助けないと。
しかしこれ以上近づくのは危険だ。竜巻に巻き込まれてしまう。
僕が行きます。
Just as I am about to plunge into the storm, the director grabbed my arm and held me back.
無理だリオン。もう手遅れだ。
そんな。このままじゃエマさんは記憶を。それどころか。
Oh.
エマは死者蘇生を行うつもりなんだ。取り返しのつかないことになる。
死者蘇生。
そうだ、リオン。君を蘇らせようとしているんだ。だが死者蘇生の魔法は術者の記憶を代償にするんだ。最悪の場合、彼女の命までもが奪われるかもしれない。
そんな。
彼女は今までほとんど魔法を使ったこともない。大掛かりな魔法を制御できず、予想もつかない結果を招く可能性もある。記憶を全て失ってしまうかもしれない。
Turned to look at the whirlwind once more, staring into it dazed.
僕を蘇らせるために自分が犠牲になってしまうことを分かっていながら死者蘇生の魔法を使った。 ねえ、エマさんは何をお願いしたの？うわ、すごいや。同じお願いをしてたなんて。うん、僕のお願いはエマさんが笑顔でいられますように。僕はエマさんの笑顔を守りたい。今度は僕がエマさんを助ける番だ。
リオン！
奪うなら僕から奪え。全て持って行ってもいい。
あ、
エマさん。
あ、
大丈夫、今助けるから。大変なことって記憶を失ったり死んじゃったりするかもしれないんだよね。ヒューゴさんから聞いたよ、君が何をしようとしてたのか。巻き込まれるんじゃないよ。僕は君を助けるんだ。僕ずっと思ってたんだよ。いざという時はこの身を犠牲にしてでも君を助けようって。エマさんにとってウサギじゃなくて強くて優しい百獣の王のライオンになりたいって。安心して、僕が絶対に助けてあげるから。
聞こえるかい？よかった。まだ意識はあるね。
はい、大丈夫です。
今外の嵐が少し収まっているんだ。どうやらリオンがそばにいることで、けれど暴走が止まったわけじゃない。謝るのは後だ。今はとにかく魔法を抑えることに集中して。
いえ、これはもうレイブからの解放に使うべきです。
that is one option.
僕の見立てが甘かったようです。彼女の魔力はこうなれば全てをレイブからの解放に注ぎ込み使い切るのが最善でしょう。それも大きな賭けですが。
分かった。エマ、頼む。難しいことなんて必要ない。君が願えばレイブは解放されるだろう。
Well,
泣かないで、エマさん。君を泣かせたくなかった。笑顔にしたかったのに。ねえ、笑って。 エマさん、お願い。本当にエマさんは勝手なんだから。
Yep. Yeah, that's the first time he's angry.
死者蘇生なんて無茶だよ。僕が死んでいるのは正しいことで、それを間違った方にねじ曲げるんだよ。僕はそんなこと君にしてほしくなかった。ちょっとだけ怒ってるのは本当だけど、でもいいんだ。君がどれだけ悩んだのかは分かってる。それに僕だって君を苦しめちゃったよね。やっぱり君が好きだとかそばにいたいとか言わなければよかった。そっか、すごく嬉しい。エマさんがこんなにも僕のことを思ってくれてたんだって。僕もエマさんが大好きだよ。ずっとずっと一緒にいたい。だからもし生き返る方法があるって言われたら何でもしたと思う。たとえ君に怒られるようなことでも。でもそれって今のエマさんと同じでしょ。僕たちって本当に両思いみたいだね。エマさん、約束をしようよ。僕たちが僕たちの願いの通りにまた笑顔で一緒にいられるように。僕、あの丘の上で星空の下で待ってる。だからエマさん、僕を見つけに来て。絶対だよ。いつもの場所でまた一緒に。
Hey, Sen. I'm almost at the end of this route, and it's been angst. It's been angst, and it's been it's every time it's almost gonna make me tear up. No, since you wanted to play the game, I'm not gonna say much on what it is, but yeah. That's just a tissue box to shit. Damn. Good ending, yes. I mean, I suspect so. Hopefully I am on the good ending. Hopefully. We'll see. I'm only playing blind, so I've been picking options by instinct only. Based on how the MC is like behaving during routes, I base that for the choices I make.
エマ、大丈夫か？
Fingers crossed. My first blind ones are usually bad endings. When are you planning to play it? Because it's really good. It's really good. I've been playing this for the past several weeks straight with the different routes, and it's been really good. This is I think this is the third to the last route. There's still 2 left after this. Not sure. It's so hard to put in sked. Maybe I'll put a random special Friday night. I mean, okay, wait. Let me check the calendar real quick. I mean, if it's an otome game, so I would say February 14, but that's a Saturday, and you're usually playing FF14 on a Saturday night, so yeah, that's something I can suggest, but yeah. Valentine's Day. Though I'm not gonna be playing anything on Valentine's Day though. Alright, so thank you. Yay.
あの夜、お前がちっとも帰ってこないから、俺がレイブまで迎えに行くことにしたんだ。
Oh gee, FF14 does hit V-Day. Yeah, it does. I'm like, I'm not gonna play anything on the 14th. I'm not gonna play anything on February 14. I don't wanna it's Valentine's Day, yeah, I will celebrate it with my family, but I don't know, I just don't feel like playing anything on the Valentine's Day. Personal reasons, but yeah.
その途中で、レイブのパフォーマーの、確か、クリエだったよな。
Man, I should have foreseen. And did something special. Yeah. Well, up to you if you're able to plan something. But yeah.
あいつが気を失っているお前を担いで運んでるのに出くわした。
Oh, pretty carried. Oh, okay.
それで、お前が高熱を出したって聞いて慌てて引き取って、家まで連れて帰ったんだ。わからない。いつの間にかいなくなってた。俺もクリアなら何か知ってると思って探したんだけど、見つからないんだ。もうブランブールを出たのかもしれない。
Is this your chosen love interest? Nope. Nope. The chosen love interest for this route is nowhere to be seen. I'm not gonna say more, but he's nowhere to be seen at the moment.
レイブがあった場所にも行ってみたけど、誰もいなかったよ。
Oh no. Yeah. Arnold though is gonna be a route for last. I'm gonna be going for him last though.
Na. Emma.
Hmm.
これお前が持ってたんだ。
Oh.
エマ、それが誰なのか、レイブで何があったのか、俺にはわからないし、お前が言いたくないのなら言わなくてもいい。前に例え話をしただろ。あの時俺いろいろ言ったけどさ、あれは全部嘘じゃない。けどあのせいでお前は何か間違った。いや、
Kinda.
間違ってないとしても
It kinda did, yes.
辛い選択をしちゃったんじゃないか。
Kinda did. She was kinda selfish, but yes. Yeah, it wasn't his fault, but yeah, it was part of the decision.
そうか。まだ病み上がりなんだ。今日一日は動かないで寝てろよ。
I, I, hmm. I wonder how is this actually just the end for it, or okay? Let's see. It's still standing there. Okay. Yeah. It's only the merry-go-round there. Oh, hey, Fee. Hi. There was nobody left to ride or operate them. Well. How about the hilltop? I recall the promise I made with Clara. Hopefully Clara is awake. Please call me Plasma. Okay. Hi, welcome to the stream. I knew it. I muttered to myself as I came across the scene I'd been expecting. This place was made from magic as well. Yep. The bookshelves were nowhere to be seen. The nearby trees were still there, but the lanterns that had adorned them were gone as well. The mysterious hilltop library, so akin to something you'd find in a fairy tale, had vanished along with their view. And it feels like it's taking my memories of the time I spent with Leon along with it. Harsh reality of the situation overwhelmed me, and once again my tears flowed freely. And you know what? I need to hydrate. I also Plasma. Yeah, well, hopefully you're doing okay. If there's treatment for it, then yeah. I'm not really aware of what those are, but I know there are illnesses, but hopefully you're doing fine. Nothing about the night sky above had changed at all. Stars that shined down upon me were as beautiful and brilliant as ever. Back then, we saw a shooting star together. We both wished for each other to smile. Ow. Flashback.
エマさん、約束をしようよ。僕たちが僕たちの願いの通りにまた笑顔で一緒にいられるように。
And before I knew it, my tears had ceased. I know that Leon would come here someday. Promise after all. So I'll wait. I'll keep waiting even if it takes years. I'll wait until he returns to me, and we can look up at the stars together once more. I resolved myself and wiped away what remained of my tears. Nobody was around to hear those words. They were swept away by the wind that rushed across the hilltop, vanishing off into the distance. People say that nothing slows the passing of time, like having something you're waiting for. To be honest, I still wasn't sure whether or not that was true. As far as I was concerned, going out to the hilltop where he made a promise had become just another part of my daily routine. I could look up at the stars thinking about Leon and everyone else around the river. The hours would seem to fly by as I lost myself in recollection. That said, the days passed by, I began to feel a certain impatience. Surely he would come tomorrow, and if not tomorrow, the day after. If not then the day after that. Oh boy. Each time my expectations were betrayed, the clock seemed to tick slower and slower. That progression had continued ever since Ian had left me. Thanks for the hydrate. Oh, 1 year later? Okay. One evening, exactly a year after I'd begun my daily trips to the hilltop, I found myself climbing its familiar slope once again. The air was even more clear and fresh than usual that night, and the stars had never looked more beautiful. Maybe I'll even see a shooting star. I had the strangest feeling that I would do just that as I walked onward. As I neared the top of the hill, I stopped in my tracks. For the first time, someone else was already there. I could feel my heart begin to pound. Whoever they were, they hadn't noticed me yet. They were standing there gazing up into the sky. The stars alone weren't bright enough to reveal their features. I could tell that they were a little taller than me though, and probably a boy as small. I held back the urge to rush up. Instead, I walked toward them as slowly as I could manage. Finally, he noticed my presence and turned to look at me. Oh, he's alive. A single glance at his face was all it took for an intense shock, a ball of delight to pierce my heart. I knew in an instant that this finally was the moment that I had been waiting for. This was my own rights, our first time meeting, and yet I felt a profound sense of familiarity with the boy. After all, he looked just like Leon. Oh. Oh. Oh, that. Okay, it just ends there. Oh, hmm. Just ends there. Oh, what do you mean it just ends there? Oh, I gotta look at the after story stuff then. Hmm. Oh, I tried to call out his name, but my voice seemed to have abandoned me. He'd waited for me just like he'd promised. That fact filled my heart to the point of bursting, and then I tried to speak. I wound up crying instead.
え
The boy, understandably, was startled when I burst into tears. He ran over to my side at once.
あ、お姉さん、大丈夫？どう
Oh,
して泣いてるの？
he doesn't remember. Okay. Why would he call me that? I wondered, but only for a moment. An explanation hit me in no time at all. Yep, he doesn't remember. I always thought on some level that Leon had protected me back then. That he'd taken my place. It seemed I was right. The rite of resurrection had worked after all. It had just claimed his memories instead of mine. That was the only explanation for how he could be standing before me here and now. The boy before me was Leon, but at the same time, he was someone else entirely. In the end, I had been able to save him. Leon, who once really bravely held out his hand to me, has saved himself.
泣かないで、お姉さん。
From the boy's perspective, I was a strange girl who'd shown up out of nowhere and started bawling in front of him. I wouldn't have blamed him for turning around and running away on the spot. Instead, he awkwardly, but also gently, tried to wipe away my tears. His kindnesses and his mannerisms reminded me so much of Leon's. It hurt just to look at him.
また君のことを泣かせちゃったね。笑顔にしたかったのに。
Wait a minute. Huh?
ねえ、笑って。
Huh?
君を泣かせたくなかった。ねえ、笑って。
Huh?
あ、よかった。涙止まったね。
The boy gave me a blank stare, blinked, then shook his head.
ごめんなさい。よくわからないけど、僕、お姉さんに会ったのは初めてだよ。
Okay, so he doesn't remember.
あれ？でも、どうしてまたって言っちゃったんだろう。
Huh.
お姉さんを見てたらね。 勝手に口から出てきちゃったんだ。
May I ask your name, please?
リオンだよ。リオン・オランジュ。
Okay. There was no denying it now. Leon had lost his memories and was now standing before me. Miracle had come to pass. The price really had been paid. It wasn't the same Leon I'd known in the review. No, that's not quite right. Just being able to see him again is a miracle in itself. Alone is enough for me. If I can truly be with him again, then does it matter what form that takes? Now that Leon felt the same way, I'm sure he'd been overjoyed to learn that we would meet again like this.
お姉さん、どうしたの？僕の名前、何かおかしい？
No, not at all. It means lion, doesn't it? I was just thinking about what a wonderful dashing name it was.
ありがとう。ねえ、お姉さんの名前も聞いてもいい？
Felt a little unnatural to act like I was meeting him for the first time again, but my apprehensions faded as Leon beamed at me.
うん、こちらこそ。いい名前だね。
So why did you come here? And so I just had to ask, even though I knew that there was no way he'd give me the answer I was hoping for.
この丘で待っているって約束したんだ。
Huh? A promise?
あれ、僕また勝手におかしなこと言っちゃった。
Leon scratched his head, looking bewildered, then pointed up at the sky.
ここにはね、
Hey, Dean.
星を見に来たんだ。
Hey,
僕、
Dean.
天体観測が好きだから。
The slightest flame of hope had begun to flicker within me. Could it be that Leon had truly lost his memories after all? Could they be slumbering deep within him, just like my magic had once slept within me? Had those slumbering memories, the one of the promise he'd made with me, led him here to this hilltop? Goes the stream. Many times I almost teared up.
ねえ、エマさん。あ、嫌だった？別の呼び方がいい？
No, it's fine. It's not an issue at all. In fact, I'd like you to keep it up.
よかった。
Gotcha. Yep.
エマさんもここに星を見に来たの？今日はすごく空気が澄んでるし、よかったら一緒に座って眺めない？
I sat side by side with Leon on the ground.
本当にここはすごいな。僕、こんなに綺麗な星空、初めてかもしれない。ねえ、エマさん、流れ星を見つけたらすぐに教えてね。
Of course, and we'll have to make a wish on it as well.
お願い事って？
Oh, that's right. You didn't know. Leon had known about that little superstition back then either. It almost felt like I was remaking my memories with him. Hasn't anyone ever told you that if you wish upon a shooting star, that wish is sure to come true?
え、そうなんだ。よし、絶対に見つける。
Leon looked back up at the sky with a renewed childlike enthusiasm. He really was just like the Leon I remembered. What will you wish for if you see one?
そうだな。
Oh,
エマさんが笑顔でいられますようにって。
same thing he said before, okay. Wanted to ask him why, but before I could, he turned his gaze from the star to me.
何か悲しいことがあったんだよね。泣いちゃうようなことが。でもね、 僕エマさんには笑顔が似合うって思うんだ。だからこれから先はお姉さんがずっと笑顔でいられるようにしてくださいって。
Oh, got the ending. There we go. And that's the good ending.
GENSOU MANÈGE.
I think I need to go here. Special. Where was it? There we go. After story. Yes. Ooh, good ending. Yee. Also, we're going to look at the after story. Want to know what happens after? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, wait. I need to restart the game. Wait a minute. I think I need to restart the game because it's not loading the after story for some reason. Wait a minute. Let me quickly open Steam. Yes, there we go. And the game died. It happened last time as well. I just had to restart the game. I don't know why it does that though. Oh, yeah. Yes, exit it. There we go. What an after story. I don't know if it's just the PC port that has a problem like that, but hopefully not.
GENSOU MANÈGE.
Okay. Okay, there we go. Loaded. I moved to the town of Blankport 2 weeks ago. Aww. We were brought here by my mom's work. She writes picture books for a living. One day, Mom decided that she wanted to try writing in a new environment.
それなら引っ越してみようかってお父さんが言い出して、行き先を探していたらブランブールの街を勧められたんだって。
Huh. Mom took a trip to Blankport to see what it was like and fell in love with the town in an instant. Before I knew it, we'd made the move.
僕も街並みが綺麗で自然も多いこの街がすぐに大好きになったんだ。あとは星の観察にいい場所さえ見つければ完璧だ。
I always loved it. Back when I was little, my mom and I used to peer out the window watching the stars from our home. As I grew up, I started walking to a field in the outskirts of town to stargaze. The city lights and blot out the sky out there.
この街にもあの野原みたいな星の観察にぴったりな場所があるといいんだけど。
Every night, I strolled the city streets searching for just the right spot. Then, just 3 days ago, I finally found it. The place I discovered was a hill in the woods, just a little ways outside of town. Nobody seemed to know about it, so I could stargaze without being bothered by anyone's lights.
それに柔らかい草に覆われていて寝っ転がれるところもすごくいい。こんな理想の場所を見つけられて一つだけ気になるというか。
That would be the fact there was something strange about the forest the hill was situated situated in.
まあ普通の森がどんなものなのかって聞か
Still, I was positive that whatever a normal forest looked like, wasn't one of them. After all, no normal forest would feature a full-blown montage. Always saw it, and accompanying mannequins just past its outskirts. And not just any mannequins, they were automatons. A huge number of mechanical dolls were just lying around in the
あ
woods.
んなものが森の中にあるなんて普通は思わないよ。
So, yeah, he doesn't remember anything.
だって泥棒とか悪い人たちが森に潜んでいるのかと思っちゃって。
I explained what had happened and she just laughed. Then she told me that what I'd seen were just the remains of an abandoned amusement park. Apparently, a traveling amusement park had set up there at some point in the past few years. It had gone out of business while I was still in Blackboard, and most of its equipment still lay there abandoned.
そう聞いてからはそこまで怖くなくなったけど、やっぱりオートマタはちょっと。
There. Uh-huh.
でもあのオートマタが動いているところ。
They were just so finely crafted after all. The same went for the menage and other attractions as well. They must have been spectacular. Seeing them in motion would surely have been downright magical.
魔法。
Everyone always said that magic was the stuff of nightmares, and that witches were evil, but my mom had always told me she didn't agree.
僕もそうだ。お母さんの書く絵本のように魔法をいいことに使ういい魔女だってきっといる。
The next evening, I set out for the hill to see the stars once again. It was an even clearer night than usual, and I was instantly entranced by the stars. The little woman I'd never seen before arrived at the hilltop. Her name was Emma, and she told me she went there every night to go
昨
stargazing.
日は会わなかったけど、ちょうどすれ違ったのかな。
Never imagined I'd meet anyone else on the hill so far outside of town, least of all so late at night. What surprised me more than anything, though, was the fact that the moment she saw me, Emma had burst into tears.
あの時は本当に驚いたんだけど、なぜかエマさんの涙を見ていたら。
Couldn't explain why, but I'd felt an overpowering desire to dry her tears and put a smile on her face.
だから思わず駆け寄って大丈夫ですかって声をかけたんだ。
The moment I talked to her, Emma's tears had
僕の
ceased.
リオンって名前を褒めてくれたのは嬉しかった。でも僕そんなエマさんにおかしなことを言って困らせちゃったんだよね。僕エマさんに会ったことなんてないはずなのに、でもエマさんも僕を知っているようなことを言ってたんだよね。結局こっちは人違いだったみたい。後からエマさんにいろいろ、僕は生まれてからずっと元気で入院していたことなんてないから。
Huh. There was one more mystery on top of that as well. After Emma stopped crying, we sat together for a while. For some reason, stargazing with her made me feel the strangest warmth in my
あん
chest.
な風にこの丘で誰かと並んで星を眺めたことがあったような気がする。でも僕この町に来たのだって初めてのはずなんだけどな。
By the time we arrived at the hilltop, Emma was already there. She beat me to it
こんばん
tonight.
は、エマさん。
Emma returned my greeting with a smile. Emma and I had taken to stargazing together every night and
と
so
言っ
late.
ても待ち合わせの約束どころか一緒に見ようって言ったことすらないんだけど、エマさんは僕を待っていてくれるし、僕もエマさんを待っている。それがなんとなく自然というか当たり前というか。
Part of me wanted to ask and see if it was just me, but I couldn't bring myself to. If I were talking to my mom or one of my friends, I'd be able to ask with ease, but Emma was different. The feelings she stared at me weren't quite like anything I felt before, and it kept my mouth firmly sealed. Sometimes I'd act without even realizing it, and sometimes I'd freeze up. My feelings were leading me around by the nose like they never had before.
でもこの気持ちになるのは心がほっこり温かくなって、いつかこの気持ちに名前をつけられる日が来るといいな。
It was only then I realized I'd been staring right at Emma's face for who knows how long. She was blushing faintly. My attention must have embarrassed her.
ごめんなさい。なんでもないです。やっぱり好きだな。
I adored Emma's smile. I wish she'd just keep smiling for me forever and ever.
そしてできることなら僕が笑顔にしてあげたい。少しだけ迷ってたけど、やっぱりこの気持ちは抑えられない。もしかしたら迷惑に思われちゃうかもしれないけど、でもエマさん、見せたいものがあるんだ。これまだ1ページしか書けてないんだけど。
Excuse me.
昔お母さんが教えてくれた。お母さんが書くお話はだから、僕もエマさんの笑顔のために絵本を書いてみよう。エマさんは絵本が好きだって言ってたから、僕なりに僕天体観測が好きだから、だから星をテーマに書いてみようって決めたら、すぐに獅子の星ってタイトルが出てきたんだ。僕の名前はライオンって意味だから、自分のことみたいでちょっと恥ずかしいけど、やっぱりこういう直感は何か意味があるんじゃないかなって。あれ？そうだよね。お母さんもね、心に浮かんだ光景は必ずスケッチブックに書いてるんだ。うん。僕ね、でもただ憧れるだけじゃなくて、僕も絵本作家を目指してみようかなって。これが僕の夢の第一歩なのかもしれないね。どうして？ありがとう。僕絶対に絵本作家になるよ。だからこれからもエマさんに最初の読者になってもらえたら嬉しいな。僕君のことが大好きだよ。笑顔が素敵だし、とっても優しいし、でも優しいだけじゃなくて強い心を持って。もういいの
？Okay, that's cute. That's cute. Wait, what? Name, age 15. Yeah, he is 15 years old. Yep. I guess that's why they gave him that ending. dislikes milk. Okay. Pati. But he's quite tall though for his age.
獅子の星を必ず書き上げて一番に君に見せるから楽しみにしていてね。僕大好きな君を笑顔にできるよう頑張るよ。
Okay, let's listen to the VA, I guess.
皆さんギョスー、リオン役鈴木優斗です。というわけでこの幻想マネージュ本当にね、こう
Before
キ
I
ラキ
go
ラして
get
いて
dinner.
ね、それこそね本当にこう幻想的な世界観ということでね、こうなんかね皆さんがこう好きってねこう思ってるものが詰まってる、そんな素敵な作品になっているんじゃないでしょうかね。リオンは本当にこう可愛らしくって、まあウサギの着ぐるみなんですよ最初はね。そこからこう可愛い素直な純粋な男の子にね、こうなんか変化をこうちょっと遂げた姿を皆さんの前でこうお見せできるということなんですけれどもね、またこうちょっとね変わったキャラクターなので、またこうちょっと目立っているっていう感じでね、僕的にもちょっとこれは美味しい役だななんて思いつつね、とってもこうなんか可愛く、もうね僕もいい年になってきたので、ね、人にこう素直に甘えるっていうこともなくなってきたんですけど、このリオンを通してもう皆さんに思いっきり甘えちゃってるので、皆さんもねそんなリオンと一緒にこう楽しい時間をね、笑顔がいっぱいの時間をこれからも過ごしていただきたいなというふうに思っております。ここまでプレイしてくれて本当にありがとうございました。バイバイ。
Nope, there you go. Done. Yep. We only have 2 characters left for the endings that I need to get. But yeah, I'll do that next week. For now, I am gonna BRB, get dinner, and then prepare for FF16. Let me... Yeah, I'm gonna BRB, give me like 20-30 minutes, I guess. I'll be right back, and I'm gonna prepare for FF16 by then. Yeah, I'll be right back. See you guys in a bit. And I'm also gonna end the streams on YouTube, and later I'll just start the FF16 stream. Let me at least put it that it redirects everyone to the waiting rooms though. Add. Also, I need a break from that story. Goddamn. Many times it almost made me tear up. Me. And redirect this to the other one. Yeah, let me end the YouTube side.